cups is 2 packages of dots. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut all of these up into smaller pieces down here. Okay, so I think the easiest way to do this is just to take a knife and just separate, or not separate, but cut each one in half. I think that's the easiest way to get them cut in half. Next thing we want to do is prepare a pan. So I have my parchment paper, an 8x8 pan, and I'm cutting for the corners. Just like, oops, I missed. Just like so. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a microwave safe bowl. This is my favorite one. I got it at a thrift store, but I will put a link in the description below if they still have one similar. I don't know if they do or not, on Amazon. You want 2 tablespoons of butter, and then you want 20 ounces of chocolate chips. So this one happens to be 9 ounces and this one happens to be 11 ounces. So just check your chips. It's basically 2 bags of chocolate chips. We are going to give you our Dining on a Dime cookbook ebook volume number 1 free at livingonadime.com. Click on our shop, click on our ebooks, click on Dining on a Dime volume 1, add it to your cart. When you go to checkout, use the coupon code DINING1 and you will get our ebook absolutely free with no obligation and no strings attached. Visit us at livingonadime.com. Okay, so we're going to combine that with 2 10-ounce packages of mini marshmallows. These in here because I need to use them up. Hold both packages of chocolate chips. This is 10 ounces of the big ones that I used up. So what I'm going to do is get this all started melting, and then I'm going to add the rest of the chips. Then you want to be sure to stir in between so you don't burn any of your chocolate. You can also do this in a pan on a double boiler if you want.
Double boiler?
Double boiler. Do you know what a double boiler is?
No, I don't.
It is a pan. It's where you take a pan like this, put water in it, and then you take a bowl and put it on top and put your ingredients in here, and it slowly warms it without burning.
Oh.
That's what a double boiler is. All right, now we're getting down, so I'm gonna add my next bag of marshmallows. So it acts like my white chocolate is trying to seize up on me. So I'm just going to go through and keep stirring until I can get the rest of the chocolate melted, or the marshmallows melted, so that the chocolate doesn't get too hot. White chocolate will seize if it gets too hot. You can't diddle around because once it starts cooling, it's hot. Okay, so now let's get all of our candies. Then I'm going to leave some to decorate the top here. Some of the smaller ones to decorate the top. Okay, now here's a little trick. When you have something sticky, spray your fingers. You can just press it in the pan with your fingers. Try to make sure, like, if you were envisioning cutting it, that every piece has a little piece on top. So now we're gonna let this set up and then we will cut it. And do not put it in the refrigerator, just let it set up at room temperature. Okay, it has been 4 hours and I think, do I dare give this a try, dear?
Looks like nougat to me.
It is supposed to be nougat.
What?
Do you think that it turned out as nougat? Is it too soft still? Size, right? Or wrong?
Depends on how many calories you want.
Okay, as I was dishing this up for the neighbors, Mike said it is.
I said of all the Christmas candies you've ever made, this is probably one of the top 5.
Hi, I am Tara from livingonadime.com. This is
David,
my faithful assistant. Today we are making 2 ingredient easy peanut butter fudge. So, what do we need, Dave?
we need sweetened condensed milk, and we're using peanut butter chocolate chips. Well,
Yep.
technically chocolate chips, but
Yeah, they're just peanut
Yeah.
butter chips. No chocolate in them, just peanut butter chips, right?
yeah, no.
Okay, so this is a 1 bowl recipe too. So, throw it in here, Dave.
So throw this in here.
We're using 1 full bag of chips and 1 full container of sweetened condensed
So
milk.
I just put it all
Yep,
in.
just dump it in there.
Looks good.
Looks very good, doesn't it?
Yeah, no.
Think it'll last more than 1 day?
Nope,
Think it'll be gone right away?
probably. That's one thing that I know about.
All right, then we're gonna microwave this in 30-second increments and we're gonna stir between each 30 seconds to get it all melted. So we're back and we microwaved this for 1.5 minutes and stirred every 30 seconds to make sure the milk and the peanut butter chips got thoroughly melted. You can see, voila. All right, now we're going to pour it into an 8x8 pan. Then you spread it around in your pan, like so. And then we're going to put this in the fridge for 30 minutes to an hour. Depends on how long it takes to set up and you want it to be firm, and then we'll cut it. All right, so I was wrong. It was actually 3 to 4 hours in the refrigerator that we need to set up our easy 2 ingredient peanut butter fudge. To cut it, just use a regular knife and score it along. Like so. That's about how wide I do it. And then I do fairly small pieces. You want your pieces to be, about 1 inch by 1 inch, give or take. And then just slide it under. And, oh dear. Okay. Maybe 5 hours in the fridge. Because ours is not quite set up. That's about the size you want. But as you can see, mine is sticky. So I'm going to throw it back in the fridge. And I will come back with what they look like in the end.
Hello, we're back.
Okay, we let these sit about 5 hours in the refrigerator. Overnight is best if you want.
If
You can do it in 5 hours though. So I like one of these, 1.5 inch spatulas. I like it because it has a beveled edge and I can get underneath. I also spray it with just a tad of cooking spray. Just a little bit, doesn't hurt anything. Then when we go in, it slides much easier. And then we break our little pieces of fudge and you have yummy 2 ingredient peanut butter fudge. Just peanut butter chips and sweetened condensed milk. You can get this recipe at
livingonadime.com.
Thank you. If you like this video, be sure to subscribe, like, share, and comment below. I've got my vanilla frosting here. and my jar of peanut butter. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the microwave and let it melt. Now, if you want, you can just leave this 2-ingredient peanut butter fudge just like this, and it tastes delicious. But because I am Tara and I want to dominate the fudge recipe YouTube world, I am adding milk chocolate chips and peanut butter chips to bring this fudge a step up from just 2 ingredients. If you guys want to help me dominate the fudge recipe YouTube world, please hit that subscribe button, give me a thumbs up, and share, and comment, guys. Tell me what you think. Do you guys like my fudge recipes? What do you think of these add-ins? What do you add into your peanut butter fudge? Because I know a lot of people would probably do Reese's or Reese's Pieces. Ooh, that would be so yummy. Reese's, decorate it with Reese's Pieces on top. Oh my, that would be yummy. Put a few on top. Get them all pushed in there. All right, we are going to let this set up for a couple of hours, and then we are going to come back and cut it. All right, peanut butter, chocolate fudge, Reese's fudge, whatever you want to call it. All right, we are making truffles. Now, if you have our Dining on a Dime cookbook volume 1, this recipe is in there, and I'm making this slightly different than how I made it 25 years ago, okay? So I've got my 1/4 cup of whipping cream. Now, the recipe in the cookbook says to put all this on the stove and melt it, but I don't. I just do it in the microwave now. All right, look here. Butter, 1 to 8 tablespoons. These are tablespoon increments. We need 2 tablespoons of butter. Okay, right there. Put that in. And my sugar. Right there. All right, and then you need 6 ounces of semi-sweet chocolate. Now, I love these mini semi-sweet chocolates, and chocolate chips, and what I do is just take the bag, because it's 12 ounces, and just pour half of it in there. And now we're going to microwave this until it all melts. Okay, now I have a microwave that is a lower wattage, so it doesn't cook as fast, but every few seconds, this one I did about 45 seconds, but every few seconds, just come in and stir it so that your chocolate doesn't burn. Okay, you want it when it's really smooth, and see how it's just a little bit chunky? We want to keep stirring, and if you need to heat it up just a little bit more until it's really smooth. All right, I think we're going to get there. Okay, now I can feel my measuring cup is pretty warm, so I'm just going to stir it for just a couple of minutes here. Now, while I'm stirring this, guys, this recipe is in our Dining on a Dime, Volume 1. page 328. Now, if you want, you can add your liqueurs, flavorings, whatever you want to put in there. You can do orange, mint, raspberry, coffee, Kahlua, rum, brandy, any of those things. There, look how nice and smooth that is. Okay, so now we're going to pour this in our container. You can pour it on plastic wrap if you'd prefer. And refrigerate this until it is firm. Now, oops, there's a little piece of chocolate right there. Now, I normally add homemade vanilla. Today I didn't because I just wanted to show you the plain version. Another tip real quick is if you have bunnies left over from Easter, or like me, you find them on clearance. I think this one was 25 or 50 cents for a pound of chocolate. You can use these chocolates to make this, and it's a really good way to do that. Okay, we're going to refrigerate this for an hour and let it set up, and then we're going to come back and roll it. So I was testing to see how firm my truffle mix is. It could probably get a little firmer, but I have some cocoa here. Okay, get all the little lumps. Now, just take a little teaspoon, clean hands, roll it into a ball, put it into the cocoa. And there you go. Now, if you want, you could use a little scoop like this. Scoop it. And then you'll have exact portions. Oops, I forgot to roll it. Roll it into a ball. Happy Valentine's Day. What do you think? Is that love? 2 ingredient truffles. This is so simple. Absolutely love it. We've got our sweetened condensed milk. Baking cocoa. This is unsweetened baking cocoa. You want 1 cup. You're just going to sift it so that, see all those lumps? Just so all the lumps get out. They'll come out. It's just making them smooth. See? Isn't that glorious? All right, and then we're going to stir this together. Okay, I splat it all over because I didn't use a big enough bowl. What I would do is next time use a larger bowl like this. I don't know what I was thinking. I hadn't had enough tea this morning yet, dear. Tea break. Refreshing. Okay, back to the... Okay, so you just want to get this all mixed in nice like that. Look, doesn't that look delicious?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to put this in the refrigerator and let it set up for an hour or 2 till it's really firm, and then we're going to make our truffles. Okay, I've got my 2 ingredient truffles here. Take a little spoonful, roll it into a bowl just like that. Roll it into your cocoa, and there you have your truffle. Guess what I'm making out of these mashed potatoes? What do you think I'm making out of these mashed potatoes, dear? Fudge!
Fudge out of mashed potatoes?
Mashed potato fudge. Now this is a great way to use up mashed potatoes. You're going to take your shortening. The recipe is in the description below at livingonadime.com. As usual, just regular shortening. Then we're gonna take butter. For those of you who don't know, look here, they have how many tablespoons, and you just go 1, 2, 3, and then you cut here. Okay, for those of you who have never cooked before. All right, then we're gonna put that in there, and we are going to melt this in the microwave. All right, got it mostly melted. Next thing we're going to add is 1/2 cup of cocoa. Right there. And let me measure. I'm pretty sure this is 1/3 of a cup already of mashed potatoes. Oh, shoot. No. Yeah, that's about 1/3 of a cup. Okay. Okay, and then I'm going to add just a titch of salt and vanilla, my homemade, coming home from the PTA meeting vanilla. Okay, so now I don't have to do it this way. Actually, I need to put it in a bigger bowl, but I'm just doing all these combined first just because it's simple. Now you're gonna think, oh Tara, you're just absolutely crazy. What are you doing putting mashed potatoes in fudge? I'm telling you, it's actually really good. Okay, then you're gonna take 1 pound of powdered sugar. Now this is 2 pounds of powdered sugar. So it's gonna be half of this. And if you wanna get precise and measure, you can, but you don't really need to. Then we're going to stir in our chocolate mashed potato mixture. Okay, now, not getting ready to do some medical exam here. I am not feeling like digging out fudge out from beneath my fingers, so I just got the gloves, or out of my fingernails, I should say, out of my fingers. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Okay, so just smush this in really, really good. I thought I was gonna have to knead it, but maybe not. Maybe I just put the gloves on for nothing. Guys, if you like my videos, would you please give me a thumbs up, subscribe, and share my videos with your friends and family. Really helps YouTube to know that you guys love us. And that is one easy way you can support us. Okay, now, you do not have to use parchment paper. You can just grease your pan. But greasing your pan is how Grandma used to do it, but people now really like parchment paper. So even though it's not frugal, that's why I'm using parchment paper, to let you guys know you can do both. Now, I just cut a slit on each corner, so then it'll fold in on itself, okay? And you just take the corner, go over, take the corner, put it in, just like so. Okay, now if you want to grease this, you can. I'm not going to. Then we're going to take our fudge and we are going to put it in our pan. Then, Okay, I guess I didn't need the gloves after all. Thought I was gonna have to need it, but I don't. Okay, then we're just gonna spread this all in here. That's how it's supposed to look. Then we're gonna throw it in the refrigerator until it is cool, probably 3 or 4 hours, up to overnight if you want to. Okay, my potato fudge. I know you guys are gonna think I'm crazy.
Taters, huh?
Yep. Now, this is potato fudge.
Mm.
What do you think?
It's good. I'm trying to think about the texture. Wow, it's very good. Oh, it's really good. Whoa.
Oops.
Took me a second to get the whole flavor.
You'd never know there's mashed potatoes in it.
Well, it has a consistency, a creamy consistency like creamy mashed potatoes.
Oh, that's really good.
Here.
I am making Irish fudge, traditional Irish fudge. Now, what's funny about this is Mike and my daughter brought me this back when they went to Ireland. Let's see, how many years ago was it? 6 years ago? 7 years ago? Wow, 7 years ago?
7 years ago.
Holy cow. And I have saved this for 7 years. And this is the first time I'm going to try and make this recipe. I found a recipe called butter fudge. So I think they call it butter fudge here in America. But I got the idea from the Irish fudge.
It does say butter fudge on the back.
Oh, it does?
It says traditional butter fudge.
Oh yeah, on the back it says traditional butter fudge. Now what I did was I looked at the ingredients here: sugar, milk, evaporated milk, butter, and syrup. Corn syrup is what golden syrup is over in
Ireland
and England. So I finally found a recipe that I think is going to be the same. We'll see. Okay, so we got our fudge, we got our butter for our fudge. And now, when you have evaporated milk, you want to make sure you really shake it well because the solids will fall down to the bottom, okay? So, now this takes 17 ounces of sweetened condensed, of evaporated milk. Okay, so each can is 12 ounces. So it's just over 2 cups of sweetened condensed milk. So what I'm going to do, because see, 2 cups is 16 ounces. So I'm just going to go just a titch over, and that's about 17 ounces, okay? We're going to put that in with our butter. Got it on medium heat. And then we have 6 cups of sugar. And then we need 2 cups, 16 ounces of light corn syrup, or golden syrup as they call it over in Europe and England. And okay, well that's dripping. I'm gonna add my next amount. I'm gonna wait until I finish dripping and then I'll put the rest in. Now if you want, you can put this in some warm water before you go to use it if you're down to the bottom of the bowl or bottom of the bottle, and it will soften it up and it'll come out easier. Okay, I think I got most of it there. So we're gonna finish it off to our 16 ounces. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. I absolutely love caramels. So that is why I love recipes like this. Okay, now we're gonna let all of this come together. I don't think my pan's big enough. So now I'm going to pour this into my bigger pot. All right, so now since I have a much bigger surface area, it is going to come it is going to reach 244 degrees a lot quicker. So I'm gonna really stand and watch this, but while it's coming up to temperature, I've got my Mom's 9x13 pan, and I'm going to very thoroughly butter the pan. Okay, so you just take your butter. Now for this one, I would probably use butter instead of cooking spray, but you can use cooking spray. But just really, really butter it well.
You're not doing parchment on this one?
No, you can do parchment if you want, but I'm just showing you the traditional recipe, the traditional way they do it.
I see.
Okay. All right. Now, this recipe is in the description below. We have our #1 dessert post on our website is Christmas candies for what, 15 years now? Starting September through January, it's our #1 post, isn't it?
That's because we...
Okay, so we're gonna bring this to a boil on medium heat and bring it up to 244 degrees. All right, so you wanna continually stir, especially if you have a pot that's bigger than your stovetop, because can you see how the heat is concentrated? Don't touch this, it's lava. See how the heat is concentrated right here? That's because my stovetop burner is smaller than my pan. So you want to keep all that fudge coming in. Then what you want to do is every, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, come in and check your temperature. Now, as it gets higher, it's going to go quicker. And you'll notice that it starts to get thicker, and it'll be a little bit more resistance on your spoon when you go to cook it. So just stay and watch it. This ain't no time to go loving on your hubby, even though he's going to be excited to have your candy. Ooh, that could be taken so many ways. Okay, sorry, we are rated G, but you know.
We're a family channel, woman.
We need to explain, kids, how you got here. Okay. Okay. There we go. So now we're at almost 220, so we're getting close. So now I'm really going to keep watching it. Going down. Can't be going down. Okay, so you can see how it's getting thick. Now look, I literally took 30 seconds to look something up and wasn't stirring, and I got some little brown bits on the bottom. It's fine, it's just going to be caramelized bits, but that happens. Just keep going and you'll just have little caramelized bits. That was my fault. I didn't follow my own directions. Do I ever follow my own directions, dear?
You can follow anybody's directions.
I don't. Okay, we're getting super, super close.
Good thing you're making it now before the party. Get all the kids all wired so they can run around and...
Yes, exactly. Okay, now, this is not what I would call a super easy recipe, but it is a super delicious recipe. If you guys need candy tips, page 319, if you don't have a candy thermometer, this is how you will know when your candy is ready, when you put it into a glass of cold water. So just go here. If you don't have a candy thermometer, super easy to show, okay? Okay, see how golden caramel it's getting? Yum. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and turn my heat off. Let it finish. So we're almost... Now I have an electric stove, that's why I turned my heat off to let the residual heat finish, but if you have a gas stove, you'll want to keep it on. Okay, I'm going to turn my heat back on just a minute. Here's how you show to test, okay? So you take a little bit, you pour it in your water here, okay, like that, let it cool for just a minute. Okay, then I'm going to reach in here, and if it forms a soft ball, not quite cool enough. Okay, if it forms a soft ball, see how that's staying in a soft ball? Your fudge is ready, okay? That's how you know if you don't have a thermometer. Oh, that is... Irish heaven on the tongue. Oh, wow. All right.
And that's no blarney.
Now, what you're going to do is you're going to take it off the heat. And you're going to pour it into your mixing bowl for your stand mixer. Okay, now this is easiest to do when you have someone helping you. But since Mike is filming, the mixing bowl. Now you can hand stir this, but it'll take like 30-45 minutes to hand stir it. So if you don't have a mixer, you can hand stir it. Just stir it on low. Just stir it on low for 15 minutes. Okay, now you can see how nice and thick this is. Ooh, hot.
Still hot?
Yes, it's still hot, so be careful. Okay, so now,
Still semi-molten-y.
yes. So now we're gonna get this all, now you don't, wow, it's actually pretty warm. Be careful, if it's too hot, get you a hot pad holder. All right, now if it starts setting up on you, just leave that little bit for the hubby and kids. And get it all smashed into your pan. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. I have been waiting 7 years to make this recipe. I cannot believe I waited so long. We just want it to be light, this light color, and it starts pulling away like you saw on the pan. Now don't put this in the refrigerator. Just leave it out to set up, but score it before you let it cool, okay? Because it'll come out of the pan easier. Okay. Now we're gonna let this cool, and then we will cut our fudge the rest of the way and plate it up. All right, now come over to this side, dear.
Whoa.
Oops, I almost dropped it on the floor. Okay.
Ooh, the soft ball stage.
Traditional Irish butter fudge. Does it taste the same as what it was?
It does. It tastes just like it.
And I noticed after beating it, all of the caramel bits that I just slightly burned have all reincorporated in there. So don't even freak out if you get those little caramel bits in there. It'll just reincorporate.
Yum.
It's just like it. Oh, if you are a caramel lover, butter rum, this is it.
Butter rum?
Yeah, this is like butter rum. I am making Mounds candy. You're going to take 1 can of sweetened condensed milk, not evaporated milk. Sweetened condensed milk has sugar and milk. Evaporated milk is just milk with some of the water removed, so it's concentrated. Then we're going to take 3 cups of sweetened coconut. Now I think 3 cups is 1 package. Let me see. Nope, it's just shy. Okay, so you want, that's what I thought. So you want a 12-ounce package. This is 14. So you either want a 12-ounce package of coconut or 3 cups, whichever you want. Now, this recipe is adapted from our Dining on a Dime cookbook, volume 1. This was my aunt's. This was my grandma's sister's recipe right here, Mounds. Now this is more like a Mounds cookie in the book because you make a crust, but I'm making just the candy today. So if you want to make just the candy, use the same recipe, except leave off the crust. Now this is really super sticky. So just so I don't have to dig the coconut out from underneath my fingernails, because I'm doing a whole bunch of videos today, I am using these food gloves. Not necessary at all. except that I'm doing a whole bunch of videos and I don't feel like cleaning out my hands. So we're going to take and roll this into little logs. I'm gonna go through and do all that, and then I'm gonna show you the next step. Okay. Now if your shape gets a little off, just go in and reshape it, and then when we freeze them, it will be okay. If you want to make these into Almond Joys, all you have to do is stick your almonds in there, and then you will have Almond Joy candy. Okay, now if you get one that like this, oops, I splatted. Okay, if like this one's smaller, then just take a little bit off of this one, put it on there, and reform it.
Or make that the diet one.
Or make that, yeah, that's the diet one.
It only has 450 calories, not 500.
At 5,000. Okay, now to make these into Almond Joys, we will stick our almonds on top, just like so. Now I like the roasted and salted almonds because that extra little bit of salt actually brings out the flavor really well. People don't know that, but when you salt sweet things just slightly, you don't taste the salt usually. Now you might in these, but you don't usually taste the salt. It just brings out the sweetness. All right, now this will be Mom and I's candy for Christmas.
I'll eat Almond Joy.
This will be Mounds for everybody else. Now we're gonna freeze this for about 20 minutes. All right, for the Mounds, I have dark chocolate here. Okay, 30 seconds, and we're stirring. Now I want this fairly thin, so I'm gonna add about a tablespoon of coconut oil or shortening, whichever you prefer. I just switch between ingredients, guys, so you guys can see how I use the different ingredients for what I have on hand. Because I want this dark chocolate thinned out a little bit more, and the coconut oil, or you could use the paraffin, the shaved paraffin, how I showed in my peanut butter balls recipe. All right, that's pretty good. Let's go get our Mounds. All right, there they are, frozen. Yum. Mounds. So now, I'm going to take a fork, dip it in there, and let it drip. The spoon turns it around easier, and the fork helps it drain easier. Now see how I have a little hole right there? I just take and just move the chocolate and fill it in. There's a little hole right there. If you need extra chocolate, you can just take your spoon. Okay. Almond Joys have milk chocolate, but what I use is semi-sweet or milk, whichever one you want. We prefer semi-sweet. Now I do have just about, I don't know, 2 tablespoons of dark chocolate left from my Mounds bars. So what I'm gonna do is just mix in my semi-sweet, and then it'll just be slightly darker. It's really not that big of a deal, guys. It just depends on what your family likes. And then I'm going to add a little bit of coconut oil in this one also to get it thinner. Now, since I already have some melted chocolate in here, this is probably gonna go quicker. Yeah, so wow, Wow, that's pretty hot. I'm just gonna let the rest of them, I only did 30 seconds because I already had some chocolate in here, and I'm gonna let the rest just melt from the heat of the measuring cup. Okay, now the rest of that, look how nice. It was what, maybe 2 minutes, dear, that we let that sit from. Now you can tell if the measuring cup is too hot for you to put your hands there, do not microwave anymore. Your chocolate will melt the rest of the way. Now, I'm going to put in our Almond Joys. Shoot. You might need to put these back in the freezer if they start getting a little too soft. I'm going to see if I can just get them done. And now this one's getting really, really soft, so I hope I can get my last. If it gets really soft and you're like on your last one, just go ahead and
Give your husband a spoon.
give your husband a spoon. I think I made it. I think I made it. I think I made it. Okay, now we're going to set these in the freezer and let them harden up. Okay, here are our Mounds and our Almond Joy after they have been in the freezer and set up. Now, if you miss a little corner, your sweetened condensed milk will seep out just a little bit, but don't freak out. If you want to double dip these, you can, just to make sure, but frankly, we don't really worry about it. So, now, if you want to have these for Christmas and make them ahead of time, then I just make them and leave them on the parchment paper, scooch them all together, and then just set the whole thing in a freezer bag. Okay? So there's our Mounds candy. Here's our Almond Joy candy. You want to test a Mounds, dear?
Sure.
Okay, which one do you want to test? You can pick one or both.
Ooh, I'd almost test both. But here, I'll try the Mounds one first. Mmm.
It's better than the store, I think.
Mmm. That's really good.
Yum.
I have to test the other one? Just kidding. So I gotta get a piece with an almond in it right here.
Yep, there you go.
Mmm.
Delicious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yay, it's delicious. I didn't fail. Of course not. It's because it's in our Dining on a Dime cookbook, volume 1.
Yes. It's amazingly delicious. Yum.
Now we're just going to pop these in the freezer and save them till Christmas. Another apple cider fudge. Now, I tried dehydrating my apples because I ran out and it didn't work very well. I did it in the microwave, so I'm cutting off all the burned parts here. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, now we're gonna go get our fudge made. All right, so I have my butter in here. Now, of course, this recipe is in the description below, guys, where all my recipes always are. That's why I don't give you the ingredients and the measurements. There's my sugar. Now, if your sugar is clumpy, don't freak out. Just declumpify it, just like that, okay? We're going to add our cinnamon and our allspice. This is apple pie spice, in case you're wondering. Just make it with my own because I have all the ingredients on hand. Okay, now we're going to bring this to a boil for 5 minutes. Bring it to a rolling boil and then set your timer for 5 minutes. Mine already got started. So I got 4 minutes left. I'm going to let this boil on medium heat. Okay, if your arms get tired, just let it melt for a minute, then you can stir again. Now, I have an electric stove, so I just keep it on the heat so that it stays warm. If you have a gas stove, just put it on really, really super low. So I burned my apples trying to dehydrate them in the microwave. I just saw a couple of burned pieces, so that's what I was picking out of there. So I guess dehydrating my apples in the microwave isn't the best idea. Adding my homemade vanilla. If you want homemade vanilla, Dining on a Dime Volume 1 is where you can get my homemade vanilla. Or as I call it, my PTA meeting at school.
Tonic.
Tonic. Oh, you gotta love mead, right?
Yeah.
Here's a picture of me after the last PTA meeting. I had to come home and get my tonic and calm my nerves. Okay, now we're ready to put it in the pan. Cut 4 slits so my parchment will fit in there neatly. And now I'm going to pour it in here, and we are going to refrigerate it for 8 hours or overnight until it gets all until it gets all set up, and then we will taste test it. Fold it correctly. I normally don't use parchment, but I know a lot of people really like it, so that's why I've been using it more, but that's why I don't like parchment, but it's okay. All right, now we're gonna stick this in the fridge for 8 hours to overnight. There we go.
Turn it off.
Recipe testing at its finest. Get to take your groceries off on your taxes and have fudge, whatever you want. Is that the best job ever?
Yep, and it's because she's sharing it with you.
Okay. Okay. Now, I did not keep this in the refrigerator 8 hours or overnight. It was actually only in the refrigerator about 4 hours, and it's more than set up. So here we go.
Whoa, you're making bigger calorie pieces on this one.
This is my Cutco knife. That was my grandma's. This knife is probably, oh my goodness, this knife is probably 70 years old, maybe 80 years old. Maybe 70. Okay, this one's a little large, so we'll cut that one.
Jack!
Oops, I think he's in the restroom. Okay, I'll test it. That's pretty good. Wow. Okay, you taste it and let me see what you think. That one's more apple cider-y. Listen to you.
Definitely. It's more appley.
More appley.
Yep.
You want to test the next one, Jack? Or no? What? You want to test the next one? You don't have to. Do you want to? This is another apple cider fudge. It's just a different recipe.
Oh, that's really good. That's like, I've never had anything like this. It's kind of weird.
So Dad says it tastes like the North Pole.
Yeah.
Does it taste like
I think that's accurate.
Does it taste like the North Pole?
Mm-hmm.
So do you like this one better or the original one better?
I like this one better.
Yeah.
So everybody voted on this one.
Does it have like apple chunks in it or?
Yes,
Oh.
they both had apple chunks in them.
Oh.
This one has more apple chunks.
This has
doesn't it?
more apple cider and more apple chunks.
I see.
Okay.
Yum.
All right. Well, now we know which one wins. Tastes like the North Pole. What happened at Jack's school with the fudge? It's pretty funny.
Well, the teachers, he took some to school for all the teachers to share. And
So all our cooking videos, so we don't have all this food everywhere. I send it to the Restore, Habitat Restore, and then I send it to Jack's school too for the teachers.
And one of the teachers tried to walk off with all the fudge, and they were all like kind of fighting over who gets to have it. Not really fighting, but you
I
know.
sent a huge plate, and Jack said it was all gone by noon. So I guess that's good.
So yay.
Yeah.
Well, something else on that apple, the fudge, is that I noticed that after I tested one and it was kind of okay, not great.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, after it set, I tested it out of the same container and I was like, oh,
The flavors
sitting
melded.
there just made it a whole lot better. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Usually when food sits, the flavors meld together.
Wow, now I know.
All right, in this pan I have 1 cup of sugar. I am making honeycomb candy or sponge candy, as it's called in our Dining on a Dime Volume 1. Now, here's a little trick for your corn syrups. Take your cooking spray, lightly spray your cup, and your corn syrup will slide right out. Now, you can set your corn syrup in some warm water before you start this, and then it'll come out quicker too, if you want, but if you don't want to waste it. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and wait for all this. I'll just finish emptying it later. And
I mean, don't break a nail.
I know, I was going to say, if I break a nail before I get the videos done. Okay, there we go. All right, my 1 cup of corn syrup.
It's got the consistency of cowboy coffee.
Yep. See? Got majority of it out. Okay, so now we're going to bring this to a boil on medium heat. Let it all get dissolved until the sugar is melted.
We look for things.
You do look.
Things that make us go.
Okay, now, if you're one of those frugal people who needs a laxative like me, and you just can't let that last little bit go to waste, that's how I do it.
Maybe you should send yourself that link.
Send myself that link.
Yes.
Okay, now you want to stir it until your sugar gets dissolved. Then, after your sugar gets dissolved, you are not going to stir it until it comes to 300 degrees. Now, if you don't like dark corn syrup, you can use light corn syrup also. All right, now it's pretty much dissolved. Put your dirty utensils in your dirty measuring cups, and then you don't dirty your stove. Okay. Oh yeah. See it dripping out there? All that just yummy, luscious goodness coming out.
Well, there's quite a bit left in the bottle. Look at it, there's up there, and then you can see
Yeah, there's probably a good 1/4 cup left in there. Okay, now you're gonna wanna make sure your heat is on medium heat. Don't do high because then you'll ruin it. Okay, now we're waiting for this to come to 300 degrees. We're going to get our vinegar and our baking soda out. All right, so my baking soda is here. Get that all off. Here. Now, here's another little tip. I always buy my vinegar in these big ones, but I got one little one just so that it's easier to handle. Thank you, my dishwasher man, for the for the clean dishes.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's see. We are at 234. Also, while you're waiting, take your 9x13 pan. Now you can grease it with butter. That's perfectly fine. I just happened to get this one at a garage sale. It was a restaurant going out of business for $1. That's a darn tootin' good deal. So I'm just using this one up before it expires. Okay, we are at, oh my goodness, it keeps going between, I think we are at 300. Yep, okay, we're there. So now we're going to add our vinegar. Oops, that was dumb. I should have put my baking soda in first so it doesn't stick to my thing there, but that's fine. Okay. Now don't freak out. It's just the reaction. Oh, that smells so good. Turn off your heat and pull your candy off your heat so it doesn't burn. We're gonna get it stirred in. Oh, yum. Oh, yum, oh, yum.
You have to move quick so it doesn't stick to the pan.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to take, make sure all your baking soda, make sure there's no lumps, everything's mixed in really, really well. Okay, now we have our very well greased pan. Is it greased very, very well? I hope it's greased very, very well. Okay, now I'm second guessing myself. Now you can use parchment paper if you want, but I'm showing you guys how to do it if, okay, you're gonna have to move this. I know it's whatever, but okay, get it in. Oh, yeah. Now it will set up quickly, so do not do this when the kids are around waiting to need attention or screaming or whatever. And this is lava hot, so don't get it on yourself because you will regret it. Just keep moving it around until it gets where it needs to go. Just get your whole pan. We're about there. Now, if you want, you can scrape it off if it'll come off. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't because it starts getting hardened already. But then just scrape that piece out. Okay, now we are going to let this cool. It is cold here in Wyoming, so when I run out of refrigerator and freezer space, guess what I do? I set it outside or in the garage. Let's see, where's some place where it's clean and there's no water. Okay. Now we're gonna let that cool. Then we're gonna come back and crack it into pieces. All right, here's my sponge candy. Now, see how it cracked? That's actually what you want. And then you just crack it into pieces like this. Basically, it's like peanut brittle is what it is. love peanut brittle. You can just all of my violent frustrations coming out. Okay, now I have this chocolate left over from another candy recipe. You can, if you want, dip them in chocolate. And that's how some people will do it. I prefer mine without chocolate, but I'll show you what they look like. Now I only do half so that you can see the contrast between the two. Just like that. Then you can just let these harden up in the freezer or back outside again. Now this is a great candy, so that you see this little last bit of chocolate. Then you can just drizzle it on there if you want. It'll be fine. Then you can get at last every little morsel, no pun intended, my chocolate morsels, you get it?
That's pretty brilliant, wasn't it?
And my last little morsels, okay? Now, these are the ones that are gonna be chocolate, and then we're gonna set these on a plate for regular. And then we have our sponge or honeycomb candy. And let me tell you, I can't resist. Oh, that is so delicious. Now the dark corn syrup gives it a brown sugar taste. If you like a more peanut brittle taste, use white corn syrup. Can they see the beautiful fall colors after our snow yesterday? Well, the snow's gone because it melted, but we had snow and rain yesterday. A little bit. And look what I found yesterday, the coveted Dollar General Santa picture. I found one at our Dollar General that's well, it's 30 minutes away from here, half an hour away from here. Happened to be going by there and I thought, let's stop and see. Isn't that cute? Oh, yes. I'm so excited. Come over here. All right, so you can see I got that last quarter cup out of my corn syrup. So do not waste not, want not. Right, dear?
Right.
Okay.
Now, can you explain to people what that means?
That means if you don't waste things, then you won't run out of money to buy food later.
So you won't have to want things you can't afford.
Exactly.
Nice.
It's called being frugal. Okay.
It's barely bubbling. Barely bubbling.
I am making a nougat candy. And I think this time I'm just going to cut my parchment to fit my white chocolate chips, and I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of butter, and we're going to microwave this in 30-second increments until it gets melted. Make sure you stir in between each time so that your chocolate doesn't get too hot. Get in there. Now, white chocolate will seize on you, so you don't want to overcook it. See how it's getting kind of thick there. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and add my marshmallow cream. Oh my goodness, give me a thumbs up if you guys love marshmallow cream. It's like one of the best food inventions ever. 100 years old, so delicious. Also, it's dairy free for those of you wondering. All right, then you're going to want 2/3 of a cup of whatever type of whatever types of fruits and nuts you want. So I'm doing almonds, cranberries, and pistachios for that traditional Christmas nougat. Oh my goodness, yum. Doesn't that look delicious? Okay, now we're gonna get this all mixed up. And you will start to notice that it starts getting firm. Just don't give up. Keep mixing. Just keep mixing away. Just keep mixing. Just keep mixing. Just keep mixing. Just think of Dory making candy. Just envision if you were Dory making candy. Okay, make sure you get down to the bottom so it gets all mixed in. You guys see that? Oh, yum, yum, and double yum. White chocolate does not melt and isn't as easy to work with as regular chocolate. But man, it is so yummy. All right. Now we're going to spray our fingers so it doesn't stick to our fingers. Too bad. I mean, it's still going to stick, just not as bad as it could without it. Evenly put into our 8x8 inch pan. All the edges even. Okay, and then we're just going to let this cool at room temperature until it's firmed up. And then we will cut it. You can put this in the refrigerator if you want. I just don't have room in my fridge right now. Okay, oops. Well, I guess you got to get all the sides there. Okay, so here's what happens when you don't get some of the white chocolate mixed in, but that won't hurt anything. Ooh, wow, it smells really good.
What kind of stuff is in it?
Pistachios, almonds, and cranberries.
Use your candy chopper.
Well, actually, I probably should have. Ooh. Well, that looks good.
Yum.
Do you like pistachios? You don't like pistachios, though, do you?
I think I do.
You do?
I didn't think I did, but now I think I do.
Do you want to test it and see, or do you want me to test it?
I would
Want me to test it? Oh. Okay, that is really good. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, my mouth is singing with flavors. Okay, that's really good. You want to try it?
Yeah.
Man.
Keep in mind, folks, we don't know if Mike likes pistachios or not.
But I love white chocolate, so that's why. Wow. Okay, this is one of my new favorite ones. This is moving to the top of the list.
This is really good.
What does Jack think?
Very good.
Is your tongue singing with delight?
Mm-hmm.
All right, this one's definitely a keeper.
Yes, it's really good. And you know what? The one with the dots is pretty fun too. But this must be the high dollar one for a good price, because if you had to pay for something with these ingredients, they would charge you a whole lot more. Yeah.
So the amount of ingredients for this was for about $5 or $6. And if I were to buy this amount of fudge at the store, it would have been at least $15 to $20. For this fudge recipe, we have 4 cups of sugar. Now, if your sugar is crumbly, don't worry, it'll decrumble or whatever you want to call it. Now, it's funny. So this recipe is in the Dining on a Dime Cookbook, Volume 1. It is my great-grandma, Grandma Bessie's fudge recipe. But look here, she says 1 tall can of evaporated milk. So if you're wondering what a tall can of evaporated milk is, it is 12 ounces, okay? I hope.
But we've slightly modernized the recipe too, right?
No, not that one. We just threw that one in just for fun. So I'm making grandma's, my great-grandma's fudge recipe. Actually, we should have put a picture of me in there with Grandma Bessie.
Yeah,
my daughter is named after her. I'm named after her. My mom is named after her. My grandma is named after her. Okay, so we've got that, and let's get butter. Okay, and then here is my 1/4 pound of butter. All right, now we're gonna get this on medium heat and get it started melting. Okay, here for just a second. Okay, so you guys might find this interesting. So Grandma Bessie, the recipe that we're testing, this is all of her stuff that she had collected. She loved birds. It must be where I get my love of birds from. This is my grandma's recipe box, but look at this. Isn't this cool? So her dad brought this back from World War I. When he came back from overseas fighting World War I, Grandma Bessie's dad brought that back. This was her gloves. Oops. And here's her Bible right here. And this was Grandma's glasses. So yep. So now you guys know the story. Oh, and she made this little girl right here. Yep, and this was her rolling pin and her nut grinder and her sifter.
You've used that nut grinder before, haven't you?
Yep. All right, so you want to make sure you have a big enough pot because it will boil up to about triple what you have in there, okay? So you're just gonna watch and keep stirring. Now, before you get started, I didn't do this, of course, because I'm Tara and that's just the way I roll. I forgot to butter my pan here. And I'm just gonna smooth it all around. My hands are clean. I washed them before I started cooking, don't worry. Okay, now we got our pan really well buttered. Okay. Now, just keep stirring until you get to 200 Now I would say 234 to 239 degrees, okay? So just keep watching and stirring until you get down, or till you get up to that. Okay, we're getting close, but still not there. But just keep stirring. You'll see it'll start thickening. See how it's starting to thicken up, and it'll be harder to stir. I mean, this isn't hard to stir, but you'll just start feeling resistance. Now, this is not a quick recipe. I know. I'm just making this for the fun of it because it's my great-grandma's recipe, and I love marshmallow cream. Grandma loved marshmallow cream. And what's funny about this is as soon as all these convenience foods like this and the semi-sweet chocolates started coming out, my great-grandmas ran to those things. They were so excited to be able to use all those convenience foods. My other great-grandma almost starved to death, so that's why she was all happy about convenience foods. Everybody says they want to be, oh, this meme that comes up absolutely drives me nuts. It's talking about grandma living off her organic food like they did in the old days. Yeah, my great-grandma almost starved living off of organic food. Not the grandma that's this recipe, but my dad's grandma. And so that's why I'm not into all of that, because I know what happens when you go all organic and that type of thing. So
She also spent 8 hours a day in the kitchen.
she did, yeah. She would have to cook 17 loaves of bread, she said, when they would do harvesting in September for all the harvesters, and it was awful. And in one of those Septembers, she gave birth to my grandmother, made 17 loaves of bread, gave birth to my grandmother, and then almost died giving birth. Yeah, it was, everybody wants to be like the old days, but my great-grandmas were like, I would never go back to the old days. Okay, so now we're getting close. We want to get to 234. And we are almost there. So I'm going to test this on the softball stage to see. And I've got some water with a little bit of ice, and I'm going to pour in a little bit there, let it cool. Is that soft ball? Would that look like a soft ball to you, dear?
Very soft.
So you want it about like this. That's perfect. If you are confused on what is soft ball, firm ball, hard ball, here's the temperatures if you have a thermometer. But here's how to test if you don't have a thermometer. This is how Grandma used to do it. That's why over here where Grandma says cook to soft ball stage, she's meaning right here between 234 and 240 degrees. Okay, so now I'm going to put in our chocolate chips. Now, what I do is I put my chocolate chips in first and get those all melted because it cools my fudge down, okay? And then when you go to put in your vanilla, it won't just all evaporate right away. Got my marshmallow fudge, or my marshmallow cream for my fudge. And scoot over here so that it's not on the heat anymore. And holy cow, that is sitting up quick.
So Grandma's fudge is a marshmallow fudge.
Yes, it was. Now what's funny is marshmallow cream was made in 1917, and in 1918 the sandwich where you make the peanut butter and marshmallow cream together became popular. So I thought that was an interesting little tidbit there.
You need your man to do that for you?
Yes. Actually, this is why women had their husbands knead the bread and stir the fudge for them, because it gets to be pretty much of a workout.
Because they were no dummies.
Yes.
You can do it, but why should you?
Now, I will say, this is probably why Grandma Bessie was 350 pounds, because she liked to cook and bake, I think. Or she at least liked to eat. I don't know if she liked to cook or not, but she liked to eat. All right. Now, just take in. Okay, now Grandma's recipe doesn't say to score it beforehand, but I think I am going to go ahead and score it.
Use your cutting thing to score it.
Oh, because it's dirty, I think.
I cleaned it.
Oh, you did? Well, yes. You are the most efficient production assistant I've ever had. Oops. Oh, whoops, my lines got off. You're the only production assistant I've ever had, aren't you, I think?
Yeah, I got lots of experience.
I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not doing a very good job cutting these.
You can say a lot of things about Tara, but OCD is not one of them.
Okay, now we're gonna let this cool, and then we will get our fudge out. Let's see how it turned out. Okay, we have Grandma Bessie's fudge. This just does not seem right. I wonder if a tall can of evaporated milk in 1950s was actually 12 ounces.
Was 12 ounces what you had in that one?
Yeah.
It'd be tall as 16 ounces.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Do I call Grandma at the nursing home and ask her?
Yes. We should do it in the video.
Okay. Something's not right. It tastes really good. The texture is wrong.
Oh man, it does taste really good.
Tastes really good.
It's a little bit of a fluffy texture.
Should I Google tall can of evaporated milk and see what it says?
Yeah, I think you should call Grandma right here on the video. Hey Grandma, I'm on YouTube right now, but
Well, a number 1 tall can was 16 ounces, or a number 2 tall can was 24 ounces.
oh my.
That's like totally different recipe.
That's why this is more powdery and that one's supposed to be more creamy.
Back in the day, well now this person thinks it's 12 ounces. 16 ounces or 2 cups. Okay, so let's grab Grandma's recipe box, shall we? Don't want to get it all mucked up. Those cakes, candy. Here's candy. Holy cow, Grandma. Oh my goodness. Grandma's got more candies in here than she has anything else. Holy macaroni, right? Or is there another? Oh no, here's a divider. No, okay, it was cookies and candies. Okay, sorry. I was like, Grandma, wow. Okay, so there's cookies. Let's just look through here real quick and see. Fudge. Okay, so this is Mom's fudge. Okay, so this is Mom's fudge, which was my dad's. So this is my Grandma Cooper's fudge, which was my dad's side, and Mom gave it to Grandma. So, and it has 1 bag of chips and 1 jar of marshmallow cream. 1 bag of chips. Okay, so it has the same amount of chips and chocolate right there with marshmallow cream. But Mom's called for 4 cups of sugar. Okay, so right here, so let's look at this. So Mom called for 4 cups of sugar, 1 can of evaporated milk and a tablespoon of butter. Well, it should have worked. Because that's the same amount. But Mom says only boil 5 minutes. And this one says to softball stage. So that's where it's wrong. Is you shouldn't do it to softball stage. You should only boil it 5 minutes.
It must have worked for Grandma Bessie for her to write it that way.
Well, how do we know that this isn't just something that she wrote out and we just found it? We don't know if this is her actual fudge recipe that she used all the time.
What?
Maybe it wasn't the fudge recipe she used all the
This is the one
time.
she wrote so that other people would say, how come I can never get this recipe to turn out, but you make it so amazingly all the time.
So you're only supposed to boil it for 5 minutes, so Grandma Bessie's recipe was wrong.
But this isn't the same recipe, is it? So
Well, everything's the same because I know the Hershey's and the bag of chips is the same amount as the 2 packages of chocolate chips. I know that's the same weight. No, actually, no, Mom has more chocolate in hers. So Mom has the equivalent of 3 bags of chips, and Grandma Bessie's only had 2 packages of chips.
maybe it is supposed to have more evaporated milk then. To make it
No.
more creamy.
Okay, guys, I don't know. Tell me what's wrong here. I do not know what's wrong here.
So she was making this fudge, not the one actually in the book that we've...
No, this is my fudge recipe that I like. I didn't actually use Grandma's fudge recipe. We just put this in here because it was cool.
Yeah. So now we have to figure out how Grandma actually did it.
Okay, so look at this now. Grandma actually has... Here's the Irish fudge recipe. Grandma had it. This is it.
Blonde fudge.
I'm sure. This is it. She says only to cook to 223. See how Grandma corrects her things there? Okay, so now this one says 3 cups of sugar, milk, and cocoa. And this one says 2 cups of sugar, evaporated milk, butter. And this is the marshmallow cream one again. I don't know whose recipe that is because that's not Grandma's writing. This is Grandma's writing and this is Grandma's writing. Wonder if she has any more fudge recipes in here.
It's just
Now here's another one. Oh my goodness, and here's another one. Oh my goodness, how many recipes did Grandma have for fudge?
Which Grandma is this?
Grandma Tatum, Mom's mom. Or it's Mom's mom. Oh my goodness, here's another fudge.
This one looks like it would be Aunt Donnie's. Or...
So one of these said Aunt Donnie's, which was, yeah. This is, oh, actually this is Aunt Donnie's husband, not even Aunt Donnie. Okay. So now this one has 2 cups of sugar, salt, heavy cream, milk, and corn syrup. Whoever Sue Lopez was, I don't know who Sue Lopez was. And Aunt Donnie's husband, this would be your last husband, Uncle Clay. Let's see. Okay, so this has baker's chocolate and butter and sugar and milk. Oh my, and so here's the Hershey's. Hershey's has sugar, milk, baking chocolate. Oh, that's similar to this one, except it has corn syrup in it. Okay. Do I make a video testing all of these fudges and see which one is the best?
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
What do I do, guys? Comment and let me know. Okay, so Grandma Bessie's fudge tastes really, really good. But it's crumbly, which means it cooked too long. That's how you know fudge cooked too long, is when it's crumbly.
Well, I was wondering if perhaps when you were trying to demonstrate the softball stage thing, you let it go too long while we were getting the stuff together to test it. And other people wouldn't be making the video, so they wouldn't be doing all that. Could do one off camera and see how it goes.
Do I make all of these fudges? one day to see. Is there
The ultimate
2, 4,
fudge test.
6, and then I got my fudge recipe. I now say, I don't like making cooked fudge. I do not like making cooked fudge. That's why I do my 3-ingredient fudge with the chocolate chips, and the sweetened condensed milk and butter is optional. But that's why I make that fudge, because actually I like that a lot better, and it turns out nice and creamy every time. So, okay guys, tell me and let me know what you want to do. Should I test all these fudge recipes of Grandma's? For these Nutella truffles, you're going to take your Oreos and you're going to put them in a food processor with your 5 tablespoons of Nutella. Measuring out with the tablespoon is kind of wonky. It's technically 1/4 cup with 1 tablespoon added. So if you want to do it that way, you can. And I had extra large tablespoons, so this one's not going to be quite full. Clean as you go, guys. Clean as you go. So that I don't blot my hand in the Nutella. Get my Nutella all over my brand new sweater I just got at the thrift store for $2.
Wow,
Pretty
nice.
swanky, huh?
It is pretty swanky.
Is swanky a word they use now?
I think it is. You splurged.
I splurged. I did. I splurged because I really didn't need it, but I thought that's cute, so I got it because it was $2. Okay, then we're going to pulse this until it comes into a ball. This is my processor I got for $2 at the thrift store. Those are some violet truffles. Did I get all over my hair?
I don't see any here.
Okay, my food processor is not having this go into a ball so neatly.
I think you should start with the handy dandy food chopper.
Well, actually, probably what I should have done, but the directions don't say this, is chopped up the Oreos first. That's probably what I should have done.
So you can add some liquid to make it cut better.
Alright, well, that's getting sort of there. You know, I'm going to add another scoop of Nutella.
Yum.
The only problem is that could make it too thin, but give it a try. There we go. Okay. Now, you do not need to wear gloves for this. I'll just put on my press-on nails though. So I don't want to have to dig Nutella truffle goop out of my fingernails. So that's what I'm doing. Okay. So then we're gonna take our melon scooper. But first, let's get this all. Yeah, that looks like a good consistency. Okay. All right, so if it's not mixing and it's too dry, just add 1 more tablespoon of Nutella. And then that should be good. Okay. So now we're going to take our melon baller and we're going to just So what we need to do, dear, is tell stories while I'm scooping all this stuff. And then we get longer watch time telling our stories. Or they totally dump off because they could care less about our stories. So guys, tell me, do you like our stories? Comment down and let me know if you like our stories. Also, if you've been loving our candy videos, and I know you have because we are going viral with our candy videos, please comment and let me know what candy you want me to make. Or do you have a candy that you love to make and I will make it and feature your comment on here. I have several already lined up, but I can always use more.
It smells good.
We decided that we are going to be the Christmas candy champions of YouTube. Right, dear?
Yep.
Super easy recipes, be all candies all the time. Oh my goodness, we'll gain weight like crazy, won't we? That could be bad. Okay, now.
And it already smells really good.
Actually, it smells really good. Okay, this one got a little large, so I'm gonna take a little bit from there. So then, just gently go in. Now, the gloves do work good for this because they're a little, you know, plasticky. They keep the little truffles from getting stuck, so that is really nice. We're gonna get all these rolled and then we're gonna stick it in the freezer for about an hour.
So this is going to be the centers?
This is the centers.
Ooh.
Now, if you're, so like here I got a piece that had more cookie than Nutella and it didn't get mixed in quite, so I just smushed it back together. Okay, I got this new stuff. Shimmer dust, edible shimmer dust. So I'm gonna try it on this one and see what it does. I've never used this before.
What is it?
It's edible glitter. see. Okay. Wait, is that something on top? Oh yeah, okay. All right, so let's get all of these dipped. So I'll probably only do like, I don't know, 2 or 3 or 4 maybe, then put the glitter on there if it works. I don't know if it's gonna work. We'll see.
You're just gonna sprinkle the glitter over the top?
Yeah. So. Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow, that is beautiful.
Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that.
Ooh.
That says Christmas all over. Although it's kind of soaking into the chocolate. Let's see, do you put it on before? Are there any directions? Contains milk. Oh my, that's weird. Okay, I wonder if you put it on afterwards maybe, when chocolate isn't done. Okay, so I decided for something. If you're gonna do something like that though, start in the middle and work your way out because you're gonna slop chocolate. Oh, I didn't. Ones that are already done.
What a shame.
To slop chocolate all over.
Yeah, have to get more chocolate on the ones that already have chocolate.
That is a problem, isn't it? Okay, so now these ones are a little dry. Let's see if it, oh yeah, I think that's better. Okay, so we're gonna let these set up. You can see they're already setting up, so we're gonna give it like 5 minutes. Let those set up. Then we will sprinkle them with fairy dust, Christmas fairy dust. So now we're going to dust all of them.
Ooh, shimmer dust. Wow.
Okay. And Tara is going to improve the dusting holes.
Tara's not patient enough for all that foolishness.
Okay, grief, who's got time for that? There we go. Now that's what I call dusting. All right. Now, leave all the little pieces for the kids to eat.
We should make these with cherries in the middle.
Yeah. That would be really good, wouldn't it? And all the kids to sneak. You know, if you sneak one, you have to tell us what you think of it.
Oh no.
You have to do a taste test.
Take a bite. Tell us what you think. They're Oreo truffles.
That's really good. That's really good. I love chocolate cherry. Mm.
Nope.
You thought it was a chocolate
But
cherry?
I should have made them a cherry one. I'll make the next one a cherry one, okay? Just for you
These are
guys.
really good. Mm-hmm.
Are they delicious?
You thought it was cherry because of the shimmery powder.
There you go. See, I'm a mom who loves her children. I let them eat the Christmas candy before Christmas. For our nougat candy. Right there's my butter and my white chocolate chips. I'm gonna microwave this and stir in 30-second increments. Nougat earlier, and I am using the same spatula because I'm making 2 different kinds, so that's why there's nougat already on there.
The other one was Lifesavers nougat, and this one is Gummy Skittles nougat.
Yes.
Wow.
And do you think they're gonna freak out because I have nougat on my spatula?
I'm sure somebody will. Maybe throw out the medication.
But see, I'm in the Christmas spirit, so it doesn't matter. See,
Yes, you
I
are.
even have a little holly on the side.
Aw,
My $3 elf slippers.
those are very nice.
All right, now we are getting it all mixed. Okay, I'm gonna heat it just a titch more. One of the best inventions ever. Yes.
Grandma loved marshmallow cream.
Yes, she did. A lot. Okay. Yeah, put in my vanilla. Oops.
Ooh, that's cool. Little flecks of vanilla in there.
Yep. That's the real stuff. So if you want to make homemade vanilla, or Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 1 tells you how you can make that huge hunkin' thing of vanilla.
Looks like we need to refresh our supply there.
Yes, we do. Here's a little tip: if your bowls are sliding around, take a shelf liner, and then it will stop sliding around. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay. Get all of this mixed in. Okay.
Skittles gummies. I wonder if they taste like actual Skittles.
I don't know, but I think you need to taste test there.
I need to see.
Okay, tell us if they taste like actual Skittles.
They do taste like Skittles.
Do they?
They're kind of stickier than other gummy candies.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, they're really good.
Wow.
Like,
Dad won't film me. Do you need a taste test?
Yeah.
Here, Jack, do you need to taste test a gummy Skittle?
Sure.
Tell us if they taste like Skittles.
Yep, they taste like Skittles, although I think I need a bigger sample to...
You need a bigger sample. Does Dave need a bigger sample?
Oh no, she stuck her finger in the bowl.
Oh my goodness, how dare you?
My hands are clean, guys. Oh my goodness. Did I set the internet a roar?
These taste like Starburst.
Tastes like Starbursts?
Yeah.
They did have Starburst gummies too, I think. Okay. So I think, because what I did was I cut the parchment paper and this was what was left. So just going to spray the sides here in case it goes over, but waste not, want not for parchment paper, right dear?
Right. Waste not, want not. Haven't heard that in a long time.
At least not since, what, 3 videos ago?
Did I hear you say that? I totally forgot.
Yep.
I'm just thinking of all our Depression era grandparents that said that.
Yep. Okay. Now I'm putting on a glove just so I don't have to dig candy out of my hand. I have found the easiest way to do this, and you can do it without a glove. I just have fingernails that I don't want to be digging candy out of, which you may not necessarily get it under your fingernails, but also in my other videos I put candies on top. Seems like only about 3/4 of them stay on top, so I am not putting candies on top now. Let's see how this works. Ooh. And then if you just slide your hand, you notice that if you just slide it across, just like this, see, look, it smooths out the wrinkles. You think I could do that with my wrinkles?
What wrinkles?
Oh, you're the perfect husband. See, you know exactly the right words. See, look at that. All right, now we're gonna let this set up, and then we will come back and cut it.
This is the Gummy Skittles?
This is the Gummy Skittles.
Oops. Oh, it's interesting how it looks different because of the size of the dots, and maybe they're richer colors or something.
I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna loosen the sides. Now the trick with the gummy or with the nougat candies is to cut it before it's really gotten too hard, because it's easier to cut. Yeah, straight lines is not my forte. I think I failed straight lines in kindergarten. What do you think?
Maybe, but you should call that rustic.
Yes, call that rustic. Try the knife and see if that works. Yeah, the knife works. So I'm noticing with the different candies,
So you don't want to try the pizza cutter?
well, I can try that. I'm pretty sure the pizza cutter's not gonna work. But let's try it.
Oh, maybe it'll roll them up on the end.
Yeah, that's not. The different candies make it more or less easy to cut. So you may just have to experiment between a knife and a scraper.
Oh, when we were talking about all the candies that we've tried, we also did Welch's.
Yeah. Did the fruit snacks.
That way you can say you're having fruit and not just candy.
Sure, dear. We'll just say that, shall we?
It's made with 10% juice or something, right?
I don't know. Okay.
Don't quote me on that. I don't want to defame the company if it's more.
Some of these I didn't cut too well.
It's rustic, honey.
I'm good at rustic, aren't I?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Test. Okay. Of all the ones we've done, this one is the absolute closest to Brach's.
Really, with the Skittles?
Yes, it is the Gummy Skittles that gets you the closest to the real Brach's. Okay, Mike's gonna test and tell me what he thinks.
You're right. It tastes just like the Brach's.
The Skittles are the closest one to if you want real Brach's.
Wow.
Yep. It's
It's
the
not
Skittles.
quite as chewy as the Brach's. Like, sometimes the Brach's can be really chewy. It's pretty chewy, but it's not quite as chewy as that. But the taste is exactly on.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yum. 10 out of 10 again. We're making pretzel bark. Now, I am using these two chocolates right here. You can use any semi-sweet or white chocolate you want. You just heard these are the best. So I got a layer of pretzels. Now, if you want to add an extra layer of goodness, you could take these caramel bits and sprinkle them all around also. I'm just doing the chocolate for this one.
You're making a party design.
Oops, oh dear, it's upside down, oh dear. Oh, this one's upside down too.
The pattern doesn't match.
Oh, it's a good save.
Oh no.
Oh, it's heck. Maybe I should leave it the other way to help our viewers with OCD. Okay, now, there we go. All right, I put this in a 250-degree oven for 20 minutes. And my oven doesn't cook evenly, so I'm going to set my timer for 10 minutes and turn my pan.
And you do it at 250 because you're just trying to melt the chocolate and not cook it, right?
Right. Okay, so, oh dear, oops. Wow, that's already looking melted. They said 20 minutes, but I think I'm just going to give it like 3 or 4 more minutes. Okay, we got our chocolate melted. I sort of messed up there, but here we go. Oh, yum. Okay, that looks delicious.
So you're making a swirly bark.
Swirling the bark. Oh, yum. Okay, now we're gonna let this get hardened. Now you could put sprinkles on here or anything you want. I was thinking about peanut M&Ms. Should I do that?
Yeah, or you could just do it on part of it. It depends on if you want the whole thing to be that way.
Do I do peanut M&Ms or not?
Jack?
Peanut M&Ms or not?
Sure, peanut M&Ms.
There you go.
Here, Jack. Dish duty.
That's looking very festive.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. There's no
this side is
place
all
to
red.
go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let's see. Is that better?
A lovely singing voice for that.
Oh, thanks. I used to sing in my old life. Then I got married and stopped.
Ouch.
Okay, actually, that was just a mere coincidence, but
You heard it here, folks.
poor guy. That's because I was just singing in my heart all the time because I was just so happy that I didn't need to express my outer singing.
Before you got married?
Yes. Okay. Wow, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now go and tap them to make sure they're all stuck in the chocolate. We're gonna let this get hardened, then we will come back. All right. Oh.
Oh, wow. Well, that worked.
Let's see. Well, here's the question. Oh. Okay, so there's the back side. Now that is a piece of candy. So first of all, that's pretty cool how, wow.
Yeah.
Look at that, so pretty.
This is the pretzel bark?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm glad I put the M&Ms. What do you think, Jack?
I think that was a good idea.
Good idea. That's probably all my plate's gonna hold. Okay, taste test.
Ooh.
That is a 10 out of 10. Delicious.
I have to snag me.
Okay, Jack, what do you think?
It's good stuff.
Delicious?
Mm-hmm.
Hey!
Wow. The best peanut butter pretzel bark
Ever.
you'll ever see this Christmas season. I don't know what I'm
You get
doing.
it at the school bake sale.
Yep.
Mint chocolate variation. Microwave our semi-sweet chocolate chips. Get those melted. So this is actually a popcorn bowl for a microwave popcorn bowl, and I love it for my mixing bowl for melting big stuff like that. Ooh, wow. We're at 108 degrees now, so we want this to come down to about 80 degrees. So get these all melted. Seems funny that you melt everything and then you
Unmelt it.
then you unmelt it.
It's like you cut down trees and then you cut them up.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, now we're gonna let this sit until it gets to room temperature. Okay, so I got my parchment. Putting now, got my Cool Whip, or my chocolate cooled down to about 90. Man, that's a little.
You put it outside for a few minutes.
Oh, no, okay, cool it down now. Okay.
So you went down because you stirred it?
Yeah, because hot air rises. So, all right, luscious whipped topping. The best invention behind marshmallow cream of the late of the 1900s. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
If you are a 1900s survivor because you had Cool Whip and boxed banana pudding, marshmallow cream, comment below and give us a thumbs up if you survived all the delicious food that now everyone hates. Okay, got my mint extract and my baking chips, and we are going to make this a mint chocolate variation.
Mike's not going to complain about that.
Actually, all of these should be called truffles instead of candy, you know? They're actually just more truffle-like. Okay. I should have done. Should have left some of the chocolate chips out and not dipped this.
I don't know. Dipping it's great. How many layers of chocolate is too many?
None. You could have 1,000 layers of chocolate and it wouldn't be too many. Okay, now we're gonna put this in the fridge and let it set up, and then we're gonna dip them. Okay, it's been a long day of Christmas candies. This is our last one and I'm tired. So here's what happens when you burn your chocolate. Okay, so I was reusing the chocolate and got to talking to my kids. I just thankful they're talking to us. So it's okay. It's okay. But got to talking to my kids and didn't get it out of the microwave in time. So in order to save as much as I can, I'm gonna put it in this other bowl.
That's not microwavable, is it?
This, yeah. It's just a Corelle water. And then what I'm gonna do is microwave this one for a few seconds and then get the rest of the chocolate out. I pour as much of the non-burned chocolate as I can to save it.
Just call the burnt chocolate Ghirardelli.
Mike does not like the Ghirardelli chocolate.
I probably
It's
would.
actually, I think it's gross too, but we'll do a test. We'll do a taste test. Guys, give me a thumbs up and comment if you want me to do a taste test, or Mike do a taste test on the Ghirardelli and see which of the chocolates tastes the best. Mike is a chocolate connoisseur. What did I do wrong? Okay, so let's get this cut up.
Yes, Mike is a chocolate connoisseur.
Yes. Okay, it looks like just all of this Cool Whip candy is just crumbly, no matter how you make it. Although, a lot of fudges are on the crumblier side. So,
Wasn't the first one this way and it turned out amazing?
yes. Oh, it's refrigerated.
I wonder if we should have frozen it.
No, they said don't freeze it because it gets even worse if it's frozen. So, I don't know. Okay. Okay. So basically what you guys don't know is our whole channel is just testing candy recipes. Some work, some don't. Okay, these pre-cut parchment papers are the best. I will leave a link in the description below. I absolutely love them. And 200 of these have lasted me 3 years. And I still have some left. So probably won't last me as long since we're doing all candy videos now, but still, I use it all the time for my cookies and my biscuits and stuff. Now, you do not need gloves. I'm just using gloves because I don't want to dig chocolate out of my fingernails. Okay. And everybody hollered in my first dipping video that I shouldn't tap the fork on the glass, and you guys are probably right. You're probably right. See, you guys are watching out for me so I don't get glass in my candy. I appreciate it. When you're nice about it, I appreciate the niceness. If you're just a turd about it, then I just ban you and move on. The ban button and I are great friends. I don't know.
Candy is very controversial, dear.
Oh, I know. My goodness. I probably ban 100 to 200 people a day on our videos that are popular.
Wow.
Yeah. Every hour I go in and check comments and I ban probably no less than 10, but 10 to 20 people. Ain't nobody got time for that. I don't put up with it. I don't let you come into my house and speak to me that way, so you're not gonna come on my YouTube channel and speak to me that way. It's fine if you don't like what I do, but you don't need to open your big flap and say anything about it. I don't go to other YouTubers and make nasty comments to them because I don't agree with them. I just move on. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Here, I'll help you by banning you. Yeah. I don't know what it is with people just having to be rude right now. I don't know, guys. Are they putting something in the water, or is it just
Something in the phones.
something in the phones?
Yep.
Actually, makes you wonder if the whole phones aren't just possessed of demons. We have a love-hate relationship because we use our phones for our business, but my goodness. I don't know. But then in the good old days, you didn't have so many ideas, and you had to look at a magazine and you had to you had to pull everything out, cut out all your articles and put them in a notebook or a scrapbook or something, or a file folder, and you didn't have Pinterest to save all these wonderful recipes, and you didn't have YouTube to go see how it's done.
You actually had to get your scissors to cut that recipe out.
I know. And what was I gonna say? The HGTV, that's why HGTV was so popular, because people really liked that, so it's no wonder. I can't believe people love listening and watching hour-long cooking videos. I think that's hilarious. Oh, my chocolate's gotten too soft. Okay, so I'm gonna let these harden, give me some more chocolate and finish the rest later. But it's late, so we're gonna finish this up and get our thumbnail. Okay, so this is what you call dipping at the end of the day. This is where Tara gets really tired of dipping and she just starts throwing it together. I know I shouldn't, but we've been filming. So what we do is we film like 3 or 4 hours and we decide I just can't do that anymore. It's just too exhausting for me. So now we're gonna just start doing 1 video a day, but we had something unexpected come up, and so we thought we had to get these done today and was really moving. Now, these are chocolate chips and this is the melting chocolate. That's the difference in the color there, just so you know what the difference is. And normally I would put something like Andy's mints on here to distinguish that they are mint chocolate.
Oh, like 1 or 2 pieces on top.
Yeah, which I should have done, which would have actually been much better to do, but that's okay. Okay, there we go. Now, here's the one we're gonna test and see if the Andy's mints works. Oh God, that is really good. That's really good. I love mint chocolate. I'm a peppermint kind of a girl for Christmas. That is really good. Yum. 10 out of 10. Today we are making easy 2-ingredient chocolate peanut clusters in our Dining on a Dime cookbook. On page 264 we call it microwave candy in here, but you can use peanuts, almonds, walnuts, whatever kind of nuts you would like. You're going to need a package of chocolate chips or a package of almond bark. If you use the almond bark, these have a nice little handy tray that you can just melt the almond bark right in the tray, and you don't even need to dirty a bowl. Pour your chips in your bowl, and we're going to melt these. Stir your chocolate to make sure all your chocolate chips are melted, or your almond bark. Then you're going to add your peanuts. Stir until thoroughly coated. You're going to drop by spoonfuls onto your cookie sheet. Cool until hardened and then enjoy. If you want to eat better and spend less, please check out our Dining on a Dime cookbook. Go to livingonadime.com. This recipe is in the link in the description below. We are making our Cool Whip candy. And we got the question, can you make it with anything but Cool Whip? Yes, you can. So I'm going to show you how today we're going to take our 2 packages of chocolate chips, and I prefer the mini ones because they melt quicker.
So wait, do you still call it Cool Whip candy if there's no Cool Whip?
I don't know, what do we call it if there's no Cool Whip?
What's in it instead?
Whipping cream and chocolate chips.
Whipping cream candy. Whipped candy. Whipped.
What about fluffy, let's see, fluffy nougat candy? I don't know. What do we call it? We'll have to think of a name before we put this video out, won't we? Okay, so here's my comment of the day. How many of you actually push stop before you open the microwave when it's running? I never did, Michael. Michael yelled at me. You yelled furiously at me, didn't you, dear?
I'm sure I must have. You never listened to my objections until Pistol said it.
So then I had to verify from our appliance repair guy that it actually harms the microwave to not do that. I'm sorry, I did not trust your opinion. Will you ever forgive me?
Wait, say that again?
I apologize. What? You were right.
Wait,
that
okay, I
even
gotta
better?
hear that again.
You were right.
What?
Yes. How many times have you heard that in our marriage?
That's the second time. It's
And
only
the
been
first-
30 years though.
And the first time was,
You were on some kind
Was
of
your-
medication.
and the first question was your wife the best thing that ever happened to you?
Oh, yes, I'm sure that was the question. You're like, no. I'm like, sure you were.
Okay, we're gonna let this cool to room temperature. And while we're doing that, we're gonna take our whipping cream and we're gonna put it in here. This may make too much whipping cream, but if it does, I'll just make another recipe out of it. Tiny bubbles. Okay, now we're going to mix this until it turns into whipped cream and not butter. Yes, it does look like Cool Whip. Okay, so here's where we're going to add just a little bit of sugar, just like a tablespoon or so. You see it's starting to fluff up. This is where we're coming to the fine line between whipped cream and butter. So just watch, you want it to get a little bit fluffier. Okay, see how it's getting nice and fluffy? And I can feel it getting stiffer. All right, I would say that's about the point. Now, you can also tell, see how it's just barely starting to turn yellow? You have to stop there, because if you don't, you're going to be in trouble.
We need to taste it to make sure.
There you go.
Actually, is it sweet? Not yet.
Slightly.
Oh, because you added sugar already.
Does it taste like whipped cream?
Yes.
Does it taste like Cool Whip?
Yes. Actually, it's thicker than Cool Whip.
It's thicker than Cool Whip.
Yep.
Okay, our chocolate is getting close. Okay, I'm gonna let this cool just a little bit more, and then we're going to mix them together. Do not need gloves, but I just don't want to get goop in my fingernails because we're doing a lot of videos today, so that is why I'm wearing gloves. Take your room temperature or close to it chocolate. Mine's about 80 degrees.
I'm surprised it doesn't harden at room temperature.
Yes. Now, if you want one of the best inventions ever, you can just take your thermometer here and just zap it. Then you'll know it's getting close, okay? All right, so now we're gonna fold all this together. Now, this will set up and get hardened fairly quickly, so don't freak out. Okay, so now for this one, we're going to use a melon baller, and instead of pouring it in a pan, which is probably a lot quicker to be honest, but I just want to show you how to do it this way. I'm gonna make little truffles. Ooh, that's the name of this one, Cool Whip truffles. Whipped cream truffles. Well, I don't know.
Whipped truffles.
Whipped truffles.
Whipped cream. What they call whipped cream, I guess.
Yes.
Just like about when Jeff used to call it whipped cream.
Yes. I would probably put this in. Yeah. Probably put this in the fridge and let it get a little bit hardened first, because it's kind of sticking. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the fridge for a few minutes and let it get a little bit harder, and then we'll roll it. Now here's the magic $500 question. Close it quick, close it quick! Except, wait a minute, did our other one get
Now
done?
you're gonna open it. Oh no!
Okay. I think that consistency is going to work. Oh boy. I don't know. I love these recipe tests. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay, I'm not liking doing it in balls. That lady did it in balls, but I don't like the balls. I like the... Well, of course, it was kind of crumbly too, wasn't it, the fudge? Oh my. The Cool Whip candy, when I did the video, it was pretty crumbly when it was set up, wasn't it?
You mean the middle parts?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just know after
Yeah,
it was totally done, it wasn't.
Alright, so as my parchment I'm reusing, I don't like making those in balls, so we're going to, I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh man, it smells really good.
Too soft and then you refrigerate it, now it's too stiff.
Yeah, well, no, it's just not rolling very good. Maybe it's because I used the whipped cream instead of the Cool Whip, but the Cool Whip wasn't actually performing that well either. marshmallow. And then we're gonna let that harden up, and then we're gonna try squares and balls and see which dips better. Let's see if either one tastes better. Okay.
Good thing you have the gloves on.
It sounded good in my head. It sounded really good in my head.
Well, you asked for it. Tart tries it.
Okay.
Will it turn out?
That is the question. But this is a truffle-like consistency. And this is basically truffles. This is just, actually, without the butter, this is just like our truffle. Okay, this is so stupid, but this is actually our truffle recipe from our Dining on a Dime Volume 1. Except that it has just whipped cream, not whipped. It's just in there. This is exactly.
The cream is not whipped in a truffle recipe?
This is exactly our truffle recipe. Except we whipped the whipped cream instead of just putting it in there. Our truffle recipe's better.
Yeah, but this isn't done yet. Do we know that for sure?
No, but I'm gonna go put the video in right now while this is setting up so you guys can see our actual truffle recipe from Dining on a Dime. It's much better. This is good though, but I wouldn't go at all the trouble of whipping it.
But this doesn't have the chocolate on it yet.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Ours is still better. I guarantee it. We are making Brach's nougats, except people don't have dots in a lot of places. So I wanted to show how to make it using something else. Now these are the fruit snacks, but look, they're little Christmas Santas and trees and little bells. Isn't that special?
Yes.
Okay. Next what we're going to do is we're going to take our marshmallows, and I'm doing it a little bit different this time. We're going to melt our marshmallows first. Don't forget, guys, right there, that's how you measure your butter. Okay, the tablespoons on the side, so we're going to melt our marshmallows first. Okay, so now we're going to add the chips. Okay, we're going to let those sit for just a minute and get warmed. See if they will melt in the marshmallow. If they don't, then I will nuke them for about 30 more seconds. So we're gonna do just a second. Just a bit more. Okay, I think we're there. Now everybody told me to crumple this. And when I tried it in my other candy, it didn't work that great. So let's try it this way. By cutting it and crumpling it. You think that might do it?
You're adding more steps.
No. It's not like me, is it?
No.
I guess it works slightly better. Okay. That in? Yeah, I guess it works a little bit better. Good idea, guys. Okay. So now we're going to get our marshmallows and our white chocolate all mixed in. Now I looked up several of these recipes and this one calls for vanilla, so I'm going to add vanilla in here. Now you really can't dink around too much because it does start setting up. This is my homemade vanilla. Okay, so now we're going to add, oops, I didn't mean to put all of them in there. Oh dear. Okay, we're going to add our jelly candies. And you can see it really starts setting up. Now, as you can see, it really starts setting up. So don't dink around. Back on my spoon. And
You're almost not gonna have to refrigerate these to make them set up.
I know. The marshmallow does set up a lot quicker than using the marshmallow cream recipe. So that's a little tip there. If you want them quicker, the marshmallows set up quicker than the marshmallow cream. But you gotta make sure you're on the ball and not messing around. There we go. Now we're gonna let this get hardened, and we're gonna cut our Brach's Christmas candy. Alright, our Brach's candy is set up. Now, no one has found a really good way to cut this, and I think I just did. Stop using a knife and use your handy dandy scraper to cut these. That is really good. Oh my goodness. Hello, today I am changing up Grandma's peanut brittle recipe. I know, but I wanted to try an experiment. So before we get started, I've got my teaspoon of baking soda here, and instead of 1.5 teaspoons of salt, I'm going to put 2 teaspoons of salt because I've got unsalted peanuts. I thought I got the salted and I got unsalted. So I'm going to try that. Now, oops, there's a piece of candy in there for my other batch. Okay, so now I'm going to mix this in, mix my baking soda and salt, and I'm going to try adding butter and some vanilla. Okay, only got a little tiny bit left of my homemade vanilla here. 3/4 cup of corn syrup. If you put your heart water in first, it makes your corn syrup come out easier. Now, I'm going to bring this to a boil, get it all mixed in. Get your sugar all dissolved. We'll let that come to a boil, and I'm going to stir it just a little bit more. Okay, here's a little tip. Now, if you have butter left in your wrapper, you can use it to grease your pan. Normally, I don't have butter left because I use mine straight out of the fridge, but this one happened. So you can just see you can use that to butter your pans. Okay, now Grandma's recipe calls for raw peanuts. I don't use raw. I use the roasted and make sure they're salted. And also, if you're at high altitude, make sure that you adjust your temperature. So instead you get a hard crack at 290 to 300, I'm going to lower my temperature. It's 8 degrees because I'm at high altitude. Now, also for this recipe, guys, you don't have to use peanuts. You could use almonds, cashews, macadamia nuts, any nuts that you want. You could use this. You could also use coconut. I've seen coconut brittle before also. This digital thermometer is absolutely the best thing ever invented. Now, if you don't have a digital thermometer, you can use a cup with ice water, and I'll show you how to test that. Recipe is adapted from our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 1 on page 335. This is Grandma's original recipe right here. Here's her recipe card where she changed it, but I am adding vanilla and a little extra salt to see what this tastes like with vanilla. So now if you're wondering, okay, am I there yet? Take a little bit of water, pour in your mixture. And I can tell right now on the bottom that it's not hard crack yet, because it doesn't set up. It just dissolves when it's in here. And as a matter of fact, it's really dissolving, and I can't even get it out. So see how it's stretchy? That's not hard crack yet. Okay, so I'm getting close. We're going to 250 before we put in the peanuts. Okay, I'm gonna add my peanuts. Now, this is about 2.5 cups of, this is about 3 cups of peanuts, so I'm not gonna put all of them in there. Wait a minute. 4 divided by 16. Wow, this says this is 4 cups of peanuts. Okay, it's going to bring the temperature back down, and you just want the temperature to come back up again. So I'm going to get my vanilla ready. This is about 2 tablespoons or 2 teaspoons, my cap, so I just measure in my cap about 1/2 or 1/3 for my teaspoon of vanilla right there. By the way, our homemade vanilla is in our Dining on a Dime cookbook, volume 1. Also, if you're looking for that recipe, a great Christmas gift. Comes back up to temperature really quick. Okay, so if you want to test again, have a little bit of well, here's how we'll test. It's not coming off, so we're getting close. Okay, so I got it in there, careful. Okay, now, see how it's not cracking? That's still soft ball. Okay, let me finish cooling it here, but you're on, okay, now we're getting close. And I'm gonna turn off my heat because it smells like it's burning. So, let me measure my temperature. See how it's getting golden? That's, wow. Okay, that says that it's not the temperature yet, but let's check. Okay, let it get, oops, careful. Okay, so let me see. Almost, just like 1 more minute. Put this in my water, make sure it's absolutely cool. So I'm going to turn my heat back on because it's not quite hard crack. Okay. So you can see, I think I'm almost there. Okay, we're going to do another test. I think we're there. Yep, we're there. Turning off my heat. Then I'm gonna just double check in my water. Yep, it's cracking. All right, going to add our butter. And our vanilla and our salt and our baking soda. Get this all stirred in really quickly. Do not mess around. Get it all done and get it done quick. It's gonna be nice and foamy. Okay, see how nice and foamy that is? And then kind of drop it all over the cookie sheet so that you don't have just one spot. To have to be pushing your peanut brittle all over the cookie sheet is kind of hard. Whoops, I left some peanuts in there. Oops, they're almost setting up. Okay, now Yeah, you might want 2 jelly roll pans. This one is the bigger size, not the huge size like this one, but it's big enough that it'll be okay. Then you just want to spread it out as thin as possible. Okay, I probably should have done, well, no, I guess this one's okay. And then we're going to put this either in the refrigerator or the freezer. This time of year when I'm baking candy, I don't have enough room in my fridge or freezer. So I put mine outside. Yes, I live in Wyoming and we got our first snow today, but I'm putting it on my fire pit here because all the way around it'll cool. So it'll cool twice as fast. It only needs to be out here 5 or 10 minutes. No, I don't have bugs. No, I don't have any animals. This is going to my 96-year-old grandma who absolutely loves peanut brittle this week. And so it's a gift for her, so I'm getting it done. All right, here is my peanut brittle. Yum. Okay, now you can just twist your pan like this. See, it'll start breaking apart. And then, because I got my Christmas fingernails on, oh, now that's a piece of peanut brittle right there. Okay, so yes, it is 8 o'clock at night and my family is leaving. So I just gotta get this done. Okay, I honestly never thought I could improve on Grandma's peanut brittle, but I have. Sorry, Grandma. Oh my goodness. This is so darn tootin' good with the butter and the vanilla. It's not even funny. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to pack this up right away. Otherwise, Grandma's not gonna get any. Oh my goodness, I love this. It's delicious. I am making candied orange peels. This is an excellent Christmas gift. And if you're dairy-free and gluten-free like me, this is a great candy. I love this one. Believe it or not, guys, I really don't like chocolate. Okay, so we're gonna take our candied orange peels and we're gonna put them in boiling water. Now what I do is I wash my orange peels. So you want to just cover your orange peels with water, okay? And then we're going to let these simmer for 15 minutes. They have boiled for 15 minutes and oh my goodness, that smells so good. So we're gonna drain this water off. Then we're gonna set our orange peels to the side. And we're going to take 2 cups of sugar and 2 tablespoons of corn syrup. Get that all melted. This recipe is in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook, Volume 1 on page 322. It's on sale in the description below right now. Then our water. You get get this all dissolved. Okay, now I did this in the wrong order. I should have put the water in, then the sugar and the corn syrup, but it's not going to hurt anything. My sugar will dissolve. So you just want it to get going until it dissolves, and it'll turn kind of a clear color. All right, my sugar mixture is all dissolved and coming to a simmer. Now you want it on medium-low and just let it simmer for 40 minutes. Yes, 40 minutes. So just turn it down as low as you can go, but still keep it simmering for 40 minutes. Now, by the way, I forgot, and I did double this recipe. I had double the amount of orange peels that the recipe calls for, and I wanted to do them all because I love these. You know what I realized?
What?
I just like Christmas candies because I keep saying all these recipes are my favorite. I just don't like Christmas cookies because none of them taste good. Christmas candies, they always taste good. I'm telling you.
You just like Christmas, that's a thing.
I do. All Christmas, all the time for me. Anyone else listen to Christmas music all year long? I do. It gets me through June, July, and August. It gets me through.
Definitely a family thing. We have Christmas in July all the time. We have Christmas in July, we have Christmas in June, we have Christmas in August, we have Christmas in September.
And the Christmas movies start about September, right?
Yes, the Christmas music have to start in September and they don't end until March. You cannot end until March. And then it's all murder mysteries. Because that's all Mike likes is murder mysteries.
Christmas and murder.
Yes.
Seems like those go together.
It
Some
is.
families.
Okay, now Christmas and murder goes together in some families. Oh, okay. Now we've got it a simmer, so we're going to turn our heat down. I got an electric stove. Mine's on medium-low, and we're just going to let this simmer for 40 minutes. Okay, it has been 15 minutes, turning off our heat. Now, you're going to drain it on a cookie sheet or something, but since I don't have a very fine, it's not very fine, so some of my peels will fall through. I'm going to drain them on with my strainer first, just to let them get really well drained first. Oh my goodness, this smells so delicious! Okay, so now I know some of mine are falling out. I totally understand that, and it's just going to happen because my thing's not fine enough. Okay, so now we're going to let that drain for 5 minutes, and then we're going to spread them out even more. Now, do not throw this away because you now have a really delicious orange syrup for things like pancakes. Oh, that is so delicious. Oh, that is so delicious. Yum. So don't forget, you could also pour this over like your fruit cake. Don't forget, of course, your waffles, your French toast, those yummy breakfasts. Okay, now we're going to separate these. So they're approximately a layer thick, and then we're going to let them drain for an hour, and then we're going to coat them. Okay, before I get to doing my candied orange peels, I wanted to try something. I just realized, what would this taste like in my tea, dear? Do you think it would be good?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what it tastes like. My cup of English breakfast tea. Well, no, this is real English tea. This is my Yorkshire Gold.
Whoa.
Oh, that is fantastic. That is really good. Okay, I'm not going to waste this on pancakes. It's going in my tea. Okay, so here's my candy peels for an hour. I have some clumped sugar because I could smash it up in here, so that's why I put the big clump in there. And then we're just going to put our orange peels in, just like so. Get the jar down for a minute if you need to. Zip your zip top bag, and then you just very thoroughly get them all sugared up.
Like your children.
Just like your children at Christmas.
Is it grandchildren that people do that too?
I think it's grandchildren, but since that is not our stage of life yet.
No.
Are we ever going to have grandchildren? I don't know. We'll see.
Let's see.
Our children swore they would never have children, but it's just because we're so awesome that, you know, they knew they couldn't just replicate our wonderfulness.
That's true.
Actually, I think our children said they didn't want children because we had five kids, 4 teenagers in our home, and it was nothing but chaos and bedlam for 10 years. And so I think my poor children, are they finally recovering, I think?
No. You're just growing up to realize that's just life.
That's just the way it goes, huh? Okay, so now I'm just going to dump all this out just to make it easy. Then we're going to spread it out and we're going to let it dry for several hours to overnight. Now this sugar can be used, once again, in your tea. Yum. Okay, so now we're going to let these all get dry. And I might move them a couple of times over the day, night. And then we will pack them up. Okay, hold on, I can't resist. Oh, that is so darn good. Yum. That is good. Okay, here's how I'm going to store my leftover syrup. I just love these little jars. Aren't they cute? Oops. Oh no. Oh shoot. Okay, I'm going to leave that and use this for my tea for today. Here. We'll just start with this cup. There we go. Now I got one more cup left. There we go. Now I'm just going to put this in my tea every day. All right. Here is our candied orange peels. I let them sit out for a couple of hours and then I put them in the bag to save for later. I left the sugar in there, and then when I'm done eating the orange peels, I will use that for my tea, but let's taste test. Oh man. Oh my goodness. No wonder I never lose weight at Christmas. That is so darn tootin' good. Yum.
Smells amazing.
Yum. We are making peppermint nougat candy. Do you guys remember these candies? Oh my goodness. It's probably my favorite purchased Christmas candy, and I didn't know I could make my own. So, got my butter and my white chocolate. And I'm going to start these melting first. All right, got our white chocolate started melting with my butter, and now marshmallows. Okay, dear, show them the aftermath of doing cooking videos for 2 days.
Which part?
All of it.
Actually, we've cleaned it up quite a bit. This is a lot of it. See, we're able to shoot right here, and it looks like there's not all this stuff around here. But this is that. We've cleaned up quite a lot. We've got all this over here.
And then we have all this over here.
Lots and lots of candy
Over
and such.
here. And then the refrigerator is full, the freezer is full, the downstairs refrigerator is full.
But the dishes are almost done. That is kind of, yeah.
So you want to know what it's like behind the scenes the week before you leave for Thanksgiving? That's it.
Yeah. All the clutter you see is just from cooking videos, not from regular dishes or anything.
It's a good thing we had our Thanksgiving early and we've been eating leftovers because there's no way I could have cooked. And what did I tell you, dear? Just
You love me?
10 days ago about cooking videos?
Oh, yeah, she said, remind me never to do it again where I shoot more than 3 on the same day. So yesterday we shot for 9 hours. Well, actually, and some in the evening too. That smells amazing.
Shelf liner, keep your bowl from sliding. Oh, shoot.
I need more?
My bowl's still hot, so I'm gonna save the heat from the bowl. We'll finish it up here. Okay, we're gonna do it just about a few more seconds. Peppermint flavoring, you want peppermint extract. Make sure it's pure peppermint extract. It's not going to taste the same if you don't. They have the fake stuff, and the fake stuff is not as good.
It smells really delish.
I love the peppermint nougat. Absolutely love it. Ooh, look at that. Okay, this is kind of fun. My boys.
Don't be too delicate with those candies.
Huh?
Don't be too delicate with those
I
candies.
won't. My boys have been dying to eat the dots. And I'm like, no! So how many should I leave for them? I'll leave them that many, I guess.
Maybe since the boys are going on a road trip, us men can go stop and get and raid the candy department.
Aha! When mom's away, everybody raids the candy department, huh?
All the jelly candies we couldn't eat because they were going into recipes.
Yeah, you can eat them on the trip.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Maybe we could bring this stuff on the trip.
Oh, yum. Okay, sorry, it needs more. Sorry, boys. Love ya.
Don't worry, Dad'll take care of them.
Children. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to Start plopping it in there. You guys, plop it all around so you don't have to spread it so far. It's rebelling.
Good workout.
It's something. These gloves still work the best.
For patting out the sticky candy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it just works so much easier.
And spraying pure vegetable pan coating. So you got that at a garage sale?
Yeah, for $1, a restaurant was going out of business. Trying to tuck the ones that want to not get. And what's the assimilated? Is that what Star Trek or Star Wars or Star somebody or another said?
Star Trek, yes.
Assimilate somebody or another.
Yeah.
I don't know who we're assimilating, but we're assimilating somebody. Okay. Oh, that smells so delicious. I can't wait. I love the peppermint nougat. Okay. Now we're going to let this get set up, probably an hour or so, and then we're going to cut it.
Looks like that super thick mozzarella cheese they put on some kinds of pizzas.
Basically is. Okay, our peppermint nougat has been setting up. Oh, man, I can't wait. Remember my new cutting technique. Center first and then in thirds. Oh, look at that. Oh, that is so cool.
That is really cool.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I would use 2 capfuls of peppermint extract instead of 1, but that's still really good. Oh man, I love peppermint candy. All right, we are making 3-ingredient cream cheese peanut butter balls. Now to measure, not to marry, please don't marry your cream cheese. To measure your cream cheese, you can see the ounces here. It takes 6 ounces of cream cheese. And then we need 1 cup of peanut butter. Which would be a half a jar of peanut butter because this is 16 ounces. So, just so you know. All right, then we're gonna beat these two together. By the way, you want your cream cheese to be softened, so just set it on the counter about an hour before you go to use it. All right, now we're gonna take 2.5 cups of powdered sugar. Now it says to sift your powdered sugar. Like, okay, if you say so. I never sift. So why am I sifting now? You guys like my great-grandma's sifter? I was gonna use my great-grandma's sifter, but now, you know what? Forget it. I don't sift. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, so there's 1, 2, and we're just gonna start with 2 since it's not sifted, and see if that's gonna be a good consistency. Okay, that is about the consistency that I want right there. So we're gonna let it set up in the refrigerator for about an hour to get firm, and then we're gonna roll it into balls. You don't have to put on gloves, but got my Christmas nails on. What do you guys think? Are they like it? Okay, here we go. All right, once we got it scooped out, then we go in and roll it into little balls. Now, these gloves do make this part of it actually a whole lot faster, I think, than your hands, because the gloves are such a smooth surface. Okay. Now we're gonna go put these in the freezer for about an hour, and then we're gonna dip them with chocolate. All right, I have my almond bark here, just the regular almond bark.
Look like donut holes.
They do, don't they? Okay, so I'm curious. I've never had cream cheese and peanut butter before, so I'm gonna give this one a try and let's see. Oh. Oh! Oh, that's delicious. Oh, that's delicious. Okay, you know what? You could just make a fudge out of this. This could just be a fudge. Oh my goodness, that is so good. Okay, now this was a half a package of almond bark. So 12 ounces of almond bark. As always, guys, the recipe is in the description below. People say, why don't you give measurements? So you can go to our website and get them correctly, if we remember to put the link in there. And if I don't, please nicely let me know that I forgot the link. No need to be getting all snippy because I forgot the link. Okay, now we're gonna let these get hardened, and then we're gonna taste test. Okay, they are done. I probably should have double dipped these. My aunt always did. She had perfect peanut butter balls, but guys, I'm just tired. So I just break off all. Now you can do this over a, you know, a cookie what is it called? A cookie cooling rack. And just let the chocolate fall off, and then you won't have all these little pieces on there. Taste testing. Mike doesn't like peanut butter, so I will sacrifice. Okay, that is really good with cream cheese. I'm sorry, you can't go wrong with cream cheese and peanut butter. You can find the recipe in the description below. Okay, I'm making a browned butter fudge. Now, this is a recipe test, so I don't know how this is going to work. We're going to see. Come along with me for the journey. All right, so I got my 1.5 sticks of butter. And we're going to brown our butter first. Okay, now this recipe calls for evaporated milk, not sweetened condensed milk, okay? And you always want to shake it really well because it does settle to the bottom.
So what you just shook was well enough?
Yes. Well, I shook it a little bit more before I showed you what I was shaking, but yeah. Okay, now, I already tried this recipe once, so that's why my cup is dirty. We're going to put my 2/3 of a cup in there. And we're going to wait for our butter to get browned. We're going to have our butter come to a rich golden, it's going to be a golden color and not this yellow color. Just cook it on medium high heat until it turns golden. Okay, so you can see it's starting to get a golden, nutty type color, and it smells kind of nutty. This is how you brown butter, right there. See, there's your browned butter right there. That's looking really, really good. Okay, so now we're gonna add our evaporated milk. I'm going to take this off of heat a minute while I get my sugar. Okay. And now we're going to bring this to a boil. And in about 10 minutes, it's going to be 234 degrees. And we are going to use our candy thermometer to watch for it to get up to that high. But first we're going to get everything really dissolved well. And then you don't want to leave this. You want to stir it occasionally to keep it from burning.
And they need to adjust if they're high altitude.
And if you are high altitude, you need to make adjustments to that temperature. You are 5,000 feet above sea level. That's Denver. Then you will take off 10 degrees. So that would be 224 degrees instead of 234 degrees. And if you're wondering, Dining on a Dime, Volume 1, page 319, here is how you will know. So you're going for softball, and right here, sweeps right here is the high altitude calculations for you. The link is in the description below. Okay, so my thermometer is all over the place, but it's right around there, so we're going to take it off the heat, just like so. Just make sure I'm doing the direction right.
You need to help out to yourself.
Okay. Okay. Now we're going to add our white chocolate chips.
So a full bag.
Yep, and vanilla. I'm almost out of my PTA vanilla. Dining on a Dime, Volume 1, if you want the recipe for homemade vanilla right there. Okay, now we're going to melt our chips.
Ooh, it smells good.
Man, this smells really good. And add our marshmallow cream. The best invention for fudge from the 1900s.
Add a whole jar of it.
Whole jar of it.
Not
This
just
time.
half cup. Mike's hassling her about another recipe.
So I keep messing up my recipes. If you guys watch all their videos, you'll see the whole thing happening in real time. But
Ooh, that smells amazing.
give me a thumbs up if you are appreciating me in spite of my lack of reading directions and my memory loss and fibromyalgia pain. I still keep cooking away. And if you guys aren't subscribed, please hit that subscribe bell, and the thumbs up down there below helps YouTube know that you guys love us.
If you're new here, spoiler alert, she usually gets them to turn out great anyway.
I do. 99% of the time when I mess up a recipe, it ends up working out. Okay.
It ends up being a better recipe.
Sometimes it does, doesn't it? I know. Okay, you want everything all smooth, no white from the chocolate chips or your marshmallow. And if you have someone to help you, thank you, dear, hold it. That will help a lot. Oh my, this smells so absolutely delicious. Okay.
Sure does.
All right, and swirl it just like that.
Wow, that really smells like Christmas.
Thick fudge. You could do this in a 9x13 pan if you don't want such thick pieces, but we're gonna try this and see. Ooh, yum. Okay, now we're gonna let this set up and then we will cut it.
Ooh, that cut's nice.
It's like butter. Because it's butter fudge. You get it?
Yep.
Okay, I think got that. There we go. Okay. Here we go. So see how I left it upside down so that it doesn't see all the cracks and everything? How nice and neat that is.
Ooh, pretty brilliant.
That's some pretty hefty pieces of fudge. Yeah, that's okay. You need a good piece of fudge for Christmas, right?
Are those 50-calorie slices?
Probably 250 calorie slices.
It's Christmas. They gotta be fewer calories.
Yes. Okay.
Ooh.
Well, that's pretty darn tootin' good. Wow. That's really good. Yeah,
Is the flavor settling in the more it's in your mouth?
it's really good. I would say, I don't know which of the Irish fudges, butter fudges I like the best. They're both pretty good.
Which one is this?
This one is just butter fudge.
I mean, is it great grandma's or what?
No, just found one on the internet that I wanted to try.
Oh, well, there you go.
I was thinking about doing a video 7 butter fudge recipes and testing them all. But I didn't know if I should or not. So comment, guys, should I do 7 butter fudge recipes and see which one we like the best? Fudge I am making is chocolate cream cheese. Now I have my parchment paper in, cutting my parchment paper in half. These parchment paper sheets are the best invention ever. I will leave a link in the description below. They just make it so easy. So for the chocolate cream cheese, I have semi-sweet chocolate chips. You can use milk chips, dark chips, semi-sweet, whatever you want, whatever flavor you like. They all have a different flavor, okay? You can also use different brands. Hershey's tastes different than Nestle's and Ghirardelli versus Walmart. We like the Walmart and the Hershey's the best, but I don't happen to have any Hershey's, so I'm gonna use Hershey's frosting. Get this warmed up and melted. All right, my chips have started to melt, so I'm going to add my can of frosting. I'm using Hershey's because we really like Hershey's for our chocolate. I think it's the best. They make the best cocoa. Mike and I tested that on my other channel, Living on a Dime. We did a Hershey's test, and that was, we did a cocoa baking test, and Hershey's was the best. All right. Oh, yum. Oh, wow, that looks so good. Now, if you use the Walmart brand chocolate chips, the mini ones melt quicker. So that's why I get the mini ones, just because they melt quicker. All right. Gonna pour this first layer in my pan for my chocolate cheesecake fudge recipe. Okay, so now, because I want my 2 colors to be distinct for my chocolate cheesecake fudge recipe, I am going to wash out my bowl, and then I will be right back and melt the next batch. All right, I'm back now for my white chips. All right, my fudge is getting, or my white chocolate chips are getting melted. I'm gonna add my cream cheese frosting. If you guys are liking my fudge recipes, could you please subscribe, give me a thumbs up, and share. I want to have world domination in the fudge recipe niche on YouTube. When you type in fudge recipes, I want to be the one that comes up in the top searches. But I can't do it by myself. I need you guys' help to do that. All right, now I can feel the side of the bowl is pretty warm. So I'm going to bring my fudge up and let the residual heat kind of melt that fudge so that I don't burn my chocolate by getting it too hot. And this way it'll melt still, but it won't burn. I don't know, comment guys, do you think I can have world domination in the fudge recipe market? In the fudge recipe video realm? I think I can, I think I can. I'm being Tara the Train. I think I can, I think I can. Who is the best mother ever in the whole wide world?
Thank you. Gracias.
Am I the best mother ever though?
Do you have any of the white stuff too?
Oh, I didn't know you wanted the white.
I'll take both of them.
Well, there you go. Sorry. How about I leave some of the white in here for you? Will that work?
I don't care.
You know what, Dave? I'm going to do one even better.
No.
Hand me the white container.
Oh my goodness.
Who's... See, is that not the best mom ever?
I'm sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm glad you're sure. Okay, now because my bowl got so hot, I don't want to heat it up anymore because it'll burn my fudge. So I'm still just letting it finish here. All right, now all my fudge, all my white cream cheese fudge is all together. So I'm gonna spread it in my bowl here, or my bowl, my pan. Get it smushed in there. Okay. All right. Now, to make this look like a chocolate cream cheese, I'm going to swirl the chocolate and the cream cheese layers. Just go clear down to the bottom. Don't rip your paper. Just gently bring it up and over and just let it kind of fall back into place. Oh, that's looking so delicious. Make sure you get in the middle too. Oh, yum. Oh, yum. That way when you have it, you have, or when you cut it, you have pretty swirls. Okay, so now we're going to shake it so that my swirls don't get messed up. Ha-ha! Oh, it doesn't look good. Oh, that looks so delicious. Okay, chocolate cream cheese. We're going to let this set up in a cool spot, the refrigerator, the garage if you live in a cold climate, outside if you live in a cold climate and you're out of refrigerator room, however you want to do that, but let this get cool and then we'll cut it. Okay, I've got my chocolate cheesecake fudge. I'm going to break the seal on the sides here. Oh my goodness, that looks so good. Wow, that looks delicious. Oh, I cannot wait to taste that. That looks so good. So here's a little trick. If your candy has smudged like that, you can take a knife and just riddle across the edge. And that will clean it up. That one is chocolate cheesecake.
Ooh, cheesecake, huh? Mmm. That's really good. Oh man, that's really good.
Oh no, a delayed reaction. Okay, let me see. Okay. I love cheesecake. Cheesecake is my thing. Oh, yes, I see the delay there.
Yeah, it comes at you afterwards.
But it's very delicious. Okay, that's chocolate cheesecake. Yep. You want different variations of fudge. And base it off our variations on page 315 in our Dining on a Dime cookbook, volume 2. You have all the variations here that you can get some more ideas for your fudge. Making 2 ingredient fudge, but I'm adding a 3rd ingredient just to make it more whippy. And actually, I just changed my mind mid-recipe here. It's gonna add 2 other ingredients, so this is gonna be a 4 ingredient fudge, but I've got my vanilla frosting here. And my jar of peanut butter. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the microwave and let it melt. Now you can get all of our cookbooks and our price book right now. The link is in the description below if you want easy recipes to get you in and out of the kitchen quick that your family will love with inexpensive ingredients that everybody has on hand. Go check out our cookbooks. This is only one of 2 sales where this is the lowest price of the year. Go check it out in the description below, livingonadime.com. Now, if you want, you can just leave this 2 ingredient peanut butter fudge just like this, and it tastes delicious. But because I am Tara and I want to dominate the fudge recipe YouTube world, I am adding milk chocolate chips and peanut butter chips to bring this fudge a step up from just 2 ingredients. If you guys want to help me dominate the fudge recipe YouTube world, please hit that subscribe button, give me a thumbs up, and share, and comment. Guys, tell me what you think. Do you guys like my fudge recipes? What do you think of these add-ins? What do you add into your peanut butter fudge? Because I know a lot of people would probably do Reese's or Reese's Pieces. Ooh, that would be so yummy. Reese's, decorate it with Reese's Pieces on top. Oh my, that would be yummy. Okay, now this is my silicone mold. You do not have to use silicone. I just got this one from the thrift store for $1. I will leave it in the description for you. Now what this is going to do is the chocolate chips and the peanut butter chips are going to melt in here and kind of make a creamy swirl type, it's just like a creamy swirl type thing, which is kind of what I'm attempting. I've never made this before with the chips, but I'm going to sprinkle a few on top. Get them all pushed in there. All right, we are going to let this set up for a couple of hours, and then we are going to come back and cut it. My peanut butter chocolate fudge. Now, of course, you can leave the chocolate out and just have peanut butter fudge, which is just as good. Oh my goodness, that looks so delicious. Okay, here we go. Ooh, that turned out crumbly with the chips in it. All right, peanut butter chocolate fudge, Reese's fudge, whatever you want to call it. Yum. All right, peanut butter fudge. Mike doesn't eat peanut butter, so I will sacrifice. Oh, that tastes just like a Reese's. That is really good. You want different variations of fudge. And base it off our variations on page 315 in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 2. You have all the variations here that you can get some more ideas for your fudge. White chocolate chips. I'm making lemon fudge. I am going to start with my white chocolate chips, getting those melted. Then I have 1 can of lemon frosting, and I'm gonna add just a little bit of extra lemon flavoring. All right, my chips are starting to get melted. Can you see that? So I'm gonna add my lemon frosting. Now, there are a lot of people like me who would prefer lemon, white chocolate, those kinds of things over chocolate. I know, it's crazy. I like chocolate, don't get me wrong. I keep saying I don't like chocolate. I do like chocolate. But if I had a choice, I'd pick something like lemon over chocolate. And I know that's just really weird, but that's me. Okay, so now we're gonna start getting them mixed together. Now, if your white chocolate chips are hot enough, you can go ahead and just stir them together, but I think I need to heat this up 30 more seconds. Pure lemon extract here. I'm just gonna do a capful, which is about 1/2 teaspoon, just because I like my stuff lemony. Now, if you want, you could also get some lemons and do some lemon zest in the frosting or on top if you want also. Oh, this smells so good. Oh my goodness, this smells so good. Okay, you want all those chocolate chips melted. Now, you don't have to. You could leave the white chocolate chips, you know, some of them halfway melted. But then it wouldn't be like the soft, creamy fudge. Make sure you get clear down to the bottom. Get all that fudge mixed in. Okay, now I have my silicone loaf pan. $1 from the thrift store. I was so mad because the thrift store had these for 3 weeks. They had like 3 or 4 of them, and I kept thinking, do I need those? Do I need those? And then I got to doing the fudge recipes, and I was like, oh, fudge, larger pieces of fudge would look really cool for thumbnails. So I went back, ran back an hour after I was there today. All of them were gone, but this one. Figures, doesn't it? That's the way it goes. It's all right. Okay, so now going to get our fudge all in there. We're gonna set this up till it's firm, and then we're gonna cut it. All right, my lemon fudge has set up. I think. How's it? Ooh, that looks pretty good. There you go. Wow, that looks delicious. This one is lemon.
Ooh, there's lemon fudge?
Yes.
Mmm. Yum. Tastes like a piece of cheesecake.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good sign.
Wow, it's really fluffy and light like cheesecake with lemony taste. Yum.
Yay.
That's a nice variation. That's a really nice variation on fudge.
Is it? Something different, isn't it?
Yep.
You want different variations of fudge. And base it off our variations on page 315 in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 2. You have all the variations here that you can get some more ideas for your fudge. Okay, today we are making red velvet fudge. Got my cute little gnome bowl here. Everybody's been loving my gnome bowl. All right, we need 8 ounces Does this say your mother or does this say your mother? My son is laughing in the background. Okay. So for this, we're going to have 8 ounces of white chocolate. Now this is an 11 ounce package. So half would be 5 ounces. I need 8 ounces, so I'm going to take just a couple more. This doesn't have to be exact, guys. So about 1.5 cups of white chocolate. And then just imagine you're finishing this same amount out of here. So 3 ounces, 8 ounces of white and 3 ounces of milk. We are going to melt this, or get it started melting. All right, got my cute little gnome spatula to go with my bowl. All right, I've lined my pan with parchment paper. Now, this is reused from some other candy. It wasn't dirty or anything, so I just reused it. Now, I got my chocolate chips melting in here. Oh, yum. And I did not put in my food coloring yet because I don't want it to cool off my chocolate yet. Getting all of the chips completely melted. Now I'm going to take my can of cream cheese frosting. Which does not want to free itself from the container. Okay, now we're adding our cream cheese frosting. And we're gonna add our red food coloring. Woo! I don't know, I'm liberal with it. It's red. If you don't use enough, it turns pink. Okay, this is getting hard to stir, so I'm just gonna nuke this for about 15 seconds or so. Ooh, that does look like red velvet cake. Okay, now most of this recipe doesn't call for vanilla, but I'm gonna add just about 1/2 teaspoon of my homemade vanilla here, just because I noticed that it makes my fudges just give it a little extra pop of flavor. All right, get this all mixed in. Grease my pan just to make sure. And wow. All right, normally I leave some for the kids, but the kids are kind of getting fudged out. Let's see, this is my...
We're starting to get fudged out.
You're starting to get fudged out? Have you been fudged out for a while?
Mom, it's been weeks.
It's been weeks. Mom, it's been weeks. This is my 11th batch of fudge I think I've made. 12? 13? No. Holy cow, no wonder they're fudged out. I think this is close to 15 batches of fudge I've made so far. And I still have at least that many to go. Because I am going to dominate the fudge making YouTube sphere. The fudge recipes, huh?
I guess you're making it a thing.
Yes. I am going to have world domination with fudge recipes. You watch and see. I'm going to do it. And I'll do it even more if you guys will share and give me a thumbs up and like and subscribe. And all that fun stuff that helps me have world domination in the fudge recipe arena. Okay, now to make this look like real red velvet cake, what I'm gonna do is make a frosting top, so to speak, with cream cheese frosting or vanilla if you don't like cream cheese, but cream cheese or vanilla. And I'm just going to leave it plain white so it looks like frosting on my fudge. This all melted. You might need to stick it back in the microwave for just a minute. Let's see. I don't think that's too set up, but it will hold the frosting, I think. All right. Actually, I probably should have done a half a batch because you don't want half as much frosting as you do red velvet cake, but that's okay. We'll just go for it. Oops, got a little piece of frosting in there. Okay, we're gonna let this set up and then we're gonna cut it. Okay, we have our red velvet fudge. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. We'll see. Oh, that looks yummy. Oh my. Let's see, let's cut it in half first. It's kind of soft, but yum. Now, if you want to clean up the edges, you can just take a knife and just gently clean it up like that. Oh, yum. Okay, we're gonna go taste test these now. Okay, red velvet with cheesecake frosting.
That's kind of smooth and buttery cheesecakey. Very nice.
Is it good? Oh, I love red velvet cake. Oh, that is good. Oh my goodness, this would be such a fun thing to have for a gift. All these different flavors. Yum. You want different variations of fudge. And base it off our variations on page 315 in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 2. You have all the variations here that you can get some more ideas for your fudge. 2 ingredient Oreo fudge. Now, the 2 ingredients is my frosting and my chocolate chips, but I'm going to add in some Oreos, so this is going to be 3 ingredient Oreo fudge. All right, got my chocolate chips started melting. Okay, I wonder if this Oreo fudge tastes any good. I mean Oreo frosting. Oh, yeah, sort of. Tastes like the cream filling, maybe? I don't know. I need to get an Oreo connoisseur in here and see if it actually tastes like the cream filling. All right, Dave, tell me, what do you think?
Just a little bit. Oh yeah, it tastes like the filling.
Does it taste like the filling?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to test it with an Oreo to see if it actually tastes like the filling?
No, I know. It's ingrained in my memory.
You know, because Oreos are one of Dave's favorite candy or cookies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dave is an Oreo kind of a man.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you should make. You should make a video game with Oreo eating.
Why?
Make different variations of Oreos to eat in the game.
Why?
I don't know. Although I guess Oreo's probably trademarked, isn't it? Okay. Now, we're gonna melt this all together. All right, now while that's melting, we're gonna take some of our Oreos here. Okay, take our Oreos. That's probably enough. All right, got that all stirred up. Now we're gonna stir in our Oreos. Now I don't know how many Oreos I'm putting in here. I don't know, that was probably 10 to start with. Oh, look at how it's swirling. Oh, that's pretty darn tootin' cool. Ooh, I like that. Okay, I'm gonna add just a few more. So I'd say I probably did about 50, let's just, oh, do I want all of them in there? Because then it may be too much. Will there be white left? I think that's too much. Okay, so I'm gonna take, probably I would say about 15 Oreos. Just a few more, not too many. And then we're just going to gently fold. Oh, this is a surprise! I've never made this before and it was a surprise! Look at that! Okay, so see how it's swirling? That is cool. Okay, so now we're gonna put it in here. Oh my goodness. Wow, I love it. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. All the fudge we make. Okay. There we go. Oh my, I'm so excited. This actually turned out way better than I thought it would. Okay, here is Oreo frosting fudge. Do I decorate the top with some sprinkles? I think I'm just gonna leave it like this. Okay, I'm gonna let this set up and then we will cut it. All right, here is my Oreo fudge. Oh my goodness, that looks so stinking cool. Wow. Okay, here we go. Oh, yum. I bet this tastes delicious.
Which one is this?
That one is Oreo filling fudge. What dost thou thinkest? Delicious?
Really delicious. What's this red stuff?
It is the holiday Oreos.
Really, really good.
Yay. You want different variations of fudge, Base it off our variations on page 315 in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 2. You have all the variations here that you can get some more ideas for your fudge. Making caramel latte fudge. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I've got my old-timey baking pan here that's pretty just darn tootin' cool. Gonna put in some parchment. You know what? I don't think I am. I think I'm just gonna grease this. No, what do? I don't know what to do. No, I think I'm gonna use parchment. Okay, so for this fudge, all right, for this fudge, I'm making a double batch. So we're gonna warm up our chocolate chips first. All right, got my chocolate chips started. Gonna add my caramel latte frosting. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Mike says about this because he is actually a sweet latte kind of a guy. He didn't drink coffee for years. And one time he went to a blogging conference about what, oh man, 15 years ago, I guess. And they had nothing there but coffee to drink. And so he put some with a whole bunch of cream in it. And now he drinks coffee. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and melt this. All right, let's see how much this is getting melted. Okay, well, I hate coffee, but this does smell good. I am personally a tea drinker myself. Comment and tell me, guys, are you tea or coffee? I'm curious to see which we have more of, if you like tea or coffee better. As my son is saying, is it okay if I start my coffee, Mom?
It's pretty cool.
Yes, you can. Now, you don't want to overheat your fudges because if you do, then your chocolate can seize. And so that's why I go in 30-second increments and just really mix it in between to make sure. Okay, that's looking pretty good. All right, so now we've got our caramel bits here. We're gonna put about 3/4 of them in the fudge. And then we're gonna leave the rest for the top, maybe a few more for the top. All right, we're gonna mix that in. Does that look, do you think you would like a caramel coffee fudge?
Looks interesting.
It looks interesting. All right. Oh, this is kind of swirling the caramels. The caramels are kind of slightly melting in here. That's pretty cool. You could probably also do a jar of caramel ice cream topping and put that in here and swirl it around. That would be really good. Of course, you can use the square caramels and cut them up if you don't have the bits. All right, son, do you want to lick the...
Sure.
Okay, so now, all right, you're licking the spoon. What do you think, my son?
I'm just kidding. It's good.
Is it good or no? I hope it's good. It's a test recipe. So if it's not and I go live with this all over the world, we're gonna be in for a problem.
Yeah, that was very good.
So I guess you better tell me now before we edit it and put it up and say it's delicious. Okay, so.
Take 89 finally worked, Mom.
Take 89 finally worked, Mom. Thanks. Oh my goodness. Other son, would you like to try caramel coffee fudge? You don't drink coffee.
No, gracias. I cannot eat it.
You don't like coffee? Oh, because you're allergic? Yeah, because you're allergic to it. Yeah.
Got weak genes.
He's got weak genes.
I've got the same genes you got.
You should know if they're weak or not, huh? Okay, so we're gonna push all of our caramel bits into the fudge. Let this set up and then we will cut it. Okay, we have our chocolate latte here. You guys like my little gnomes? Aren't they cute? Okay, so let's see. I think first I'm going to divide this down the center. Okay. Yeah, the caramel's kind of messed with it. But there you go. Yum. Okay, that one is caramel latte. Caramel latte.
Why don't you eat this one, dear?
Because I hate coffee.
It's really good. Yum. Oh, yum. It gets more flavor that keeps coming. That's why I'm having this weird long reaction. It's really good.
Yay! The strawberry lemonade fudge. So I'm taking 1 can of strawberry frosting and 1 bag of chocolate or white chips. And I'm gonna melt the chips, well, just kind of get them started melting first, okay? Okay, so my chocolate chips have started melting, so I'm gonna add my strawberry frosting. Now I'm gonna microwave this for just a few more seconds and then stir some more. I'm spreading out my fudge. Now, the next layer is my lemon. Get my chips started. All right, my white chips are starting to melt. So I'm gonna add my lemon frosting. Okay, now got them in here. Ooh, yum. Oh, this smells so good. Okay, get that pink all in there. Oh, strawberry lemonade fudge. I've never had this Tara invention, but I'm sure it's gonna be delicious. Wow, because I love strawberry lemonade. Okay, now we're gonna let this set up and then we're gonna cut it. If you want different variations of fudge, you can base it off our variations on page 315 in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 2. You have all the variations here that you can get some more ideas for your fudge. I am making a strawberry cream cheese fudge. Lining my pan. This is from another candy that didn't get my parchment messed up, so I'm reusing it. Melting my white chocolate first for about 30 seconds to a minute to get it softened, and then I'm gonna add my frosting. bowl is still pretty warm, so I'm gonna mix. Okay, I'm gonna have to nuke it for just a minute more. There we go. That looks delicious. All right, you guys, you can help me have world domination on YouTube for fudge recipes. If you love my fudge recipes, could you please subscribe, give me a thumbs up, and share my videos? I would really appreciate it. This layer out. Okay, now I'm going to take my next white chips. Start melting these. All right, I just added my can of cream cheese frosting, and now I'm going to get these melted together. About 45 seconds more. Go clear down to the bottom and pull it up and over. And that will bring the pink up for your swirls. Okay, now you can set this in the refrigerator, or if you live in a cold climate like me, the garage or outside, however you want to do it. And we're going to let this set up. All right, my favorite handy dandy chopper. Let's see, how do I want to cut this? That looks so good. German chocolate fudge. Chocolate chips, 1 package. And I'm just gonna dump this whole thing in and see how this goes. Pecans on top. And small amount of coconut. We're gonna let this set up and then we're going to cut it. Oh, that looks really good. Making chocolate mint fudge. Now I'm making a double batch. This is based off of our 2-ingredient fudge. So first I'm going to soften my white chocolate for about 45 seconds. All right, I have my white chocolate starting to get softened. So now I'm going to add my vanilla frosting. All right. Now I'm going to go melt this. Now for this recipe, if you want to use the green candy wafers, you could use those instead of white chocolate chips. I only have 1 package left and I need these for another recipe. So you can use these instead of adding food coloring. Okay, so now I'm gonna add my peppermint flavoring. It's about a teaspoon. And you want peppermint extract, not peppermint flavoring. Sorry, I misspoke. Peppermint flavoring does not taste the same as peppermint extract, or mint flavoring does not taste the same either. I'm gonna actually put the chocolate on the bottom first, and then my white and my grain. So I'm gonna make my chocolate up next. All right, it's not really getting melted, so I'm gonna do a little bit more. All right, now we're starting to get melted. So I'm going to add, you can use chocolate. I have dark chocolate fudge, dark chocolate fudge frosting, but you could use any flavor of chocolate you want. So I did these in the wrong order, guys. You should have done the chocolate first and then the white, but that's okay. It's just the story of my life, so I just go with it. Okay, and I'm gonna melt this for about 30 seconds. Perfect. Peppermint extract. Now that one I put about a ½ teaspoon in. Baking chips, okay? I'm gonna add those to my chocolate. Now my second layer, and I wanna swirl this. So I'm gonna put a little bit of white, and then the rest I'm gonna tint green. want to swirl this top if I can. We'll see how well this works. Then I'm going to sprinkle a few more chips on top. Then I'm going to press them all in there. Okay, now we're going to let this set up and then we will cut it. Here is the chocolate mint fudge. Oh my goodness, that looks delicious. Here we go. Oh my goodness, wow. I am making the infamous Ghirardelli fudge. Everyone kept recommending this, so I'm going to do this recipe. So I'm going to melt my chocolate. Let's see. Yeah, my semi-sweet chocolate. Now my store didn't have the unsweetened cocoa, 100% cocoa baking bar. So I got the 72%, so mine's gonna be a little bit sweeter, but you know, it's fudge. You can't have too much sugar with fudge. Now, got that. Now the next thing you're gonna do is add your sweetened condensed milk after the chocolate is melted. Okay, so we're gonna melt this first. Okay, my chocolate looks like it's getting melted. Okay, so we're gonna put in our sweetened condensed milk. Okay, now a teaspoon of vanilla. You could add nuts, you could add chocolate covered cherries, sprinkles, marshmallows and pecans to make or marshmallows and almonds to make Rocky Road. You could add pecans and coconut to make a what's it called? German chocolate. That's what I was trying to think of. Okay, now we're just gonna let this set up. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness, that looks so delicious. Okay, 2 ingredients, Hershey's fudge. Now, I am going to double this batch. I'm going to spray my pan. Okay, now I'm gonna add my my frosting. Real well. Now I'm gonna go microwave this for 30 seconds. All right, that is a luscious piece of fudge. Wow. Fudge I am making is chocolate cream cheese. Now I have my parchment paper cutting my parchment paper in half. These parchment paper sheets are the best invention ever. I will leave a link in the description below. They just make it so easy. So for the chocolate cream cheese, I have semi-sweet chocolate chips. You could use milk chips, dark chips, semi-sweet, whatever you want, whatever flavor you like. They all have a different flavor, okay? You can also use different brands. Hershey's tastes different than Nestle's and Ghirardelli versus Walmart. We like the Walmart and the Hershey's the best, but I don't happen to have any Hershey's, so I'm gonna use Hershey's frosting. Get this warmed up and melted. All right, my chips have started to melt, so I'm going to add my can of frosting. I'm using Hershey's because we really like Hershey's for our chocolate. All right, gonna pour this first layer in my pan for my chocolate cheesecake fudge. All right, I'm back now for my white chips. All right, my fudge is getting, or my white chocolate chips are getting melted, I'm gonna add my cream cheese frosting. Heat it up anymore because it'll burn my fudge, so I'm still just letting it finish here. So I'm gonna spread it in my bowl here, or my bowl, my pan. It's smushed in there. Now, to make this look like a chocolate cream cheese, I'm gonna swirl the chocolate and the cream cheese layers. Just go clear down to the bottom. Don't rip your paper. Just gently bring it up and over and just let it kind of fall back into place. We're going to let this set up in a cool spot, the refrigerator, the garage if you live in a cold climate, outside if you live in a cold climate and you're out of refrigerator room, however you want to do that, but let this get cool and then we'll cut it. Oh, I cannot wait to taste that. That looks so good. So here's a little trick. If your candy has smudged like that, you can take a knife and just riddle across the edge. And that will clean it up. Okay, today we are making red velvet fudge. 8 ounces of white and 3 ounces of milk. Chocolate chips melting in here. Oh, yum. My can of cream cheese frosting. And we're gonna add our red food coloring. Ooh, that does look like red velvet cake. Okay, now most of these this recipe doesn't call for vanilla, but I'm gonna add just about a half a teaspoon of my homemade vanilla here. Okay, now to make this look like real red velvet cake, what I'm gonna do is make a frosting top, so to speak, with cream cheese frosting or vanilla if you don't like cream cheese, but cream cheese or vanilla. And I'm just going to leave it plain white so it looks like frosting on my fudge. This all melted. We're going to let this set up and then we're going to cut it like that. Oh, yum! On lemon fudge, I am going to start with my white chocolate chips, getting those melted. Then I have 1 can of lemon frosting and I'm gonna add just a little bit of extra lemon flavoring. All right, my chips are starting to get melted. Can you see that? So I'm gonna add my lemon frosting. Now, if your white chocolate chips are hot enough, you can go ahead and just stir them together, but I think I need to heat this up 30 more seconds. Pure lemon extract here. I'm just gonna do a capful, which is about a half a teaspoon, just because I like my stuff lemony. Now, if you want, you could also get some lemons and do some lemon zest in the frosting or on top if you want also. Oh, this smells so good. Oh my goodness, this smells so good. We're gonna set this up till it's firm and then we're gonna cut it. There you go. Wow, that looks delicious. I've got my vanilla frosting here and my jar of peanut butter. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the microwave and let it melt. Now, if you want, you can just leave this 2-ingredient peanut butter fudge just like this and it tastes delicious. But because I am Tara and I want to dominate the fudge recipe YouTube world, I am adding milk chocolate chips and peanut butter chips to bring this fudge a step up from just 2 ingredients. If you guys want to help me dominate the fudge recipe YouTube world, please hit that subscribe button, give me a thumbs up, and share, and comment, guys. Tell me what you think. Do you guys like my fudge recipes? What do you think of these add-ins? What do you add into your peanut butter fudge? Because I know a lot of people would probably do Reese's or Reese's Pieces. Ooh, that would be so yummy. Reese's, decorate it with Reese's Pieces on top. Oh my, that would be yummy. Put a few on top. Get them all pushed in there. All right, we are going to let this set up for a couple of hours, and then we are going to come back and cut it. All right, peanut butter, chocolate fudge, Reese's fudge, whatever you want to call it. Cream cheese mints. Oh my goodness, these are so delicious. So how to measure cream cheese. This is an 8-ounce package. You can see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you just cut where you need. Then just put this in a bag and save it in the refrigerator. Now here's a little tip. These fold top bags here, they're not the zippy tops. These are 1 cent. It's 1 cent each versus 2 cents for the zip tops. And this is what I put my leftovers in. Then I can just throw this away, and I don't feel guilty spending so much money on a regular zippy bag. I know it's dumb, but you know, when you're a tightwad, these things matter, okay? All right, so I got my cream cheese in here. Now I'm going to add my powdered sugar. Recipe is in the description below. If I forget, please nicely ask me. Sometimes I forget, I try not to, but we are doing a lot with trying to put out a new video every day for Christmas. All right, and then my peppermint flavoring. Now, one of these caps is 1 teaspoon, in case you guys need to know. And then food coloring. But what I'm gonna do is not color yet, and I'm gonna separate this. Then I'm going to color individually. I put on a glove. You do not have to put on a glove. I just find that it makes it easier to mix because cream cheese kind of falls off the vinyl on your glove. Just knead this together. You can use both hands if you want. Start getting it until it starts forming a dough. Just keep pulling the crumbles from the bottom up to the top and mixing them in. You can see how it's coming together. See how it's starting to come together? So just pull those crumbles in. And I think I looked on my phone and it was about 1.5 minutes is how long it took me to get all this together. See? Okay, let's have a moment with Tara, shall we? You guys, I get the stupidest questions. And I mean, really, it is just stupidity. And I understand that, you know, a lot of people didn't have their moms teach them how to cook like me. My mom wanted to, but I didn't want to learn. And so I get that there are people who are learning to cook, and I get that. But you know, there are some things we just need to use our brain. So the example is yesterday I got the comment, well, I only have a 10-ounce bag of chips and it uses a 12-ounce bag of chips. What do I do? Okay, you either take out a couple of tablespoons of your sweetened condensed milk to have less liquid, or you add about 1/5 of a package, give or take, a 1/4 to 1/5 of the package of another bag of chocolate chips. This is not rocket science, people. Cooking is not rocket science. And I get sometimes that you need someone to tell you because you have no idea. I get that. But you know, kind of think it through a little bit. Try to use your brain and figure it out. And yes, I'm being snippy, but come on, guys. Some of the questions I get are almost as bad as how do I boil water? And if you don't know how to turn on the stove to boil water, then Google, how do I turn on my stove? Some of the questions I'm asked, it's just amazing that people have been able to stay alive this long. Oh, okay, that's Tara's little rant. Okay, I took one of these fold top baggies and just set it over the top so I don't have to fight with the plastic wrap. I know, that's so lazy. And then I'm gonna let these get cool, and then we're gonna form our balls. You know, guys, do you ever have days as a mother where you see things in your refrigerator and you wonder, what exactly is the explanation for a spoon being in the fridge? And yes, you can see the hot cocoa mix got dumped everywhere. How to roll these. Now, I just did a small batch. You can double or triple, quadruple, whatever you want. Okay, so just roll these into little balls, set them on your sugar. All right. Then I just roll them in sugar first, just so they don't stick. Now here's where the magic happens. You take a fork and just push down. It makes this nice little pattern. Actually, I forgot for this minute, it's not a crisscross, it's just a... I think it works better if you turn them over after you've dipped them in the sugar. There. Then your fork doesn't stick as much. Oops. Yeah, it works better if you turn it over. There, that's the system you go. You roll, press, 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 roll, and press. There, finally got the system. All right, we're gonna let these sit for a half hour and let them dry, and then we will put them in a covered container. Go for it.
Oh, what is this?
Cream cheese mint.
Ooh.
Molded mints in our cookbooks. Volume 1, Dining on a Dime cookbook.
Mmm. Man, these are like those awesome wedding mints.
That's because you had them at your wedding.
They're super delicious. Oh. Because my lovely bride made these 30 years ago?
Well,
My
her
lovely
family
bride's
did.
grandmother. Yum, these are super delicious.
Cream cheese fudge. Adding my white chocolate chips or almond bark or baking bars, whatever white chocolate you have or want. Easter bunnies, white chocolate Easter bunnies left over from Easter would also work. Okay. 32 ounces of chocolate, white chocolate, and 1 8-ounce brick of cream cheese, and we're gonna melt this. All right, while that is melting in the microwave, I've got some cherries here. Now you could use nuts, cherries, whatever you want, but I've got some cherries that are the maraschino cherries, and I'm drying those off so that they aren't so moist in my fudge. All right, I'm stirring my cream cheese and my chips every 30 seconds or so, 30, 45 seconds, so they don't burn. You just want it as dry as possible, otherwise your fudge can kind of get too moist and not stick together. You can also use candied cherries, walnuts, almonds, pecans, pistachios, whatever flavor you want. Oh, wow, that smells delicious. Now, you do not have to add this, but I like a cheesecakey flavor. So I'm gonna add just a tiny bit, about a half a teaspoon of lemon extract because I like a cheesecake. I like everything that tastes like cheesecake, and adding that little bit of lemon gives it that taste. All right, now I am going to dump about 3/4 of these cherries in there. Leave a few to decorate the top. Get this all mixed in. Ooh, that looks festive. This is an easy 3 or 4 ingredient fudge, just depending on what add-ins you do. Okay, now we're gonna let this set up, and then we're gonna come back and cut it. Cherry cream cheese fudge. Oh my, or cherry cheesecake fudge, I should say. Okay, this is a test recipe. So Mike is standing here getting ready to test it. He doesn't know it. But we shall see if it is living on a dime worthy, or excuse me, super easy recipes worthy. Wrong channel.
Is it a super easy recipe?
Yes, it is. But I may have messed it up.
So it's not as easy as you thought.
No, and I just cut it all wrong too. Shoot. I did not mean to do that.
Well, if you cut it about each piece about in thirds, then that'd be a 100-calorie recipe.
There you go. Cherry cheesecake fudge.
Ooh, it looks like cheese.
Cherry cream cheese fudge. I don't know what to call this one.
Smells like cheesecake.
Does it? Does it taste like cheesecake?
Mmm.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't have my makeup on, so I'm just
I got a big bite of the cherry, which is why I was slightly delayed. You want me to turn it so you can take
No, because I don't have my makeup on.
I don't have my makeup on either. I'm still on camera.
Thank you for not having your makeup on. I appreciate that. Okay.
Let me try a piece
Cherry?
that's not the cherry.
Cherry cheesecake fudge or cream cheese fudge? Cream cheese fudge. But it does have a cheesecakey flavor.
It does. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We'll call it cream cheese fudge, but it has a cheesecakey flavor. This has got to be the best darn tootin' fudge I've ever eaten. Butter pecan fudge. The first thing you want to do is take some butter and butter your pan. You can use parchment paper if you want. And I just have a little bit left over on my wrapper here, so I'm using that. Now in our pan, we have a 1/2 cup of sugar, a 1/2 cup of whipping cream. I have never made this recipe before, so in true Tara fashion, I'm not gonna make it like they say. All right, now we're gonna add 1/2 cup of brown sugar. Okay, and then we're going to turn this on and let it cook. 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt. And then we need 1/2 cup of butter. Okay, this recipe will be in the description below. Now, like I said, I'm not making this the way every butter pecan recipe has, or every butter pecan recipe is written, because I'm Tara, so I just, you know, always do that. But we're gonna give my recipe a try and see if this works. And if it doesn't, well, then you'll never see this video and no one will know. So if you're seeing this video, you know it worked. Okay, we're gonna get all this melted and we're gonna bring it to a boil for 5 minutes. All right, and if your brown sugar is clumped, you can just take a spoon and break it up. Okay, while it's waiting, we're going to chop pecans. I'm just gonna break them in half so that they are smaller, but still get a good pecan taste. You can chop these. I just break them with my fingers while I'm waiting for my stuff to boil. Yeah, it'll be interesting because this is my youngest son's favorite flavor of ice cream, so we'll see if he likes the fudge. Now you can see how quick that went just to break those up with my fingers. I didn't even get to the point where this is boiling yet, so I mean it literally took me like a half a minute to a minute to do it. Okay, now it's starting to boil, so I'm going to set my timer for 5 minutes.
I think it's funny, I was just watching some lady who was talking about how YouTube is sort of this interesting place because anybody, anywhere, whenever they feel like it, can post whatever they want to. But most viewers see people on YouTube in some sort of authority or like higher understanding of the world. So they just like fully fully commit and believe to whatever this person says, even if it's not fully true.
Now I've turned my heat down to, so I have an electric stove, so I have low to high, which is 10 notches, and I've turned it down to 3. If it just starts acting like it's going to burn, you can just turn your heat off if you have an electric stove and let it finish boiling just with this residual heat. If you have a gas stove, just turn it to low. Okay, so now we're going to let this cool to about 110 degrees, and then we're going to come back and start. Now I didn't wait for it to cool down, I probably should, but let's just see how this goes. Okay, so the next thing you want is 2 cups of powdered sugar and your vanilla. Oh dear, I put way too much vanilla in that. Oh dear, I hope my recipe turns out now. I did not mean to do that. I just had a moment here. Okay, so we're gonna get that all stirred in and get it smooth. We want it all smooth. So I'm gonna stir until all my powdered sugar is not lumpy anymore. So I'm pushing, can you see how I'm pushing it against the sides to get all the lumps out? That's what I'm doing. Ooh, well, that looks pretty tasty. Okay, it's pretty not lumpy. Just make a couple other passes here. Okay, now here's where Tara's secret is going to come in. I have never seen a recipe with this, but I'm sure someone has it, but I have not seen it. So I'm gonna add a thing of marshmallow fluff. I don't know if this is gonna work, guys, but marshmallow fluff makes everything taste better. Oops. So I'm going to add in some marshmallow fluff and my pecans. They are not pecans, they are pecans. Just kidding. I know all my southern friends call them that because my husband is from the south. So I know. All right. So let me know, guys, do you call them pecans or pecans? I'm curious. All right, what do you call them, dear? You call them pecans? But everybody, when we were living in Texas, everybody else called them pecans. I was disturbed in my soul, I'm sure. Okay, not really, but okay. Now this may be too liquidy. We'll see. I don't know if this is gonna work. If this doesn't work, then my friends are going to have some more ice cream topping. So I had my apple cider my apple cider fudge turned to caramel because I cooked it too long. I was making some for my friend for Christmas, so what I did was I added a little bit of milk, and now they have apple cider syrup for their pancakes. Yes, I did make another batch for them also. Okay, so now we're gonna pour this into our buttered pan, and we're just gonna see if this works. I don't know if it works. Okay, so the question is, what is this going to taste like, and is it going to set up? I don't know. So I think for this Christmas, we are going to be having salad for our Christmas. Right, dear?
Sure, but why?
Because we're so candied out, we just want to throw up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now we're going to see if this will set up and turn into fudge. Hopefully it will. Give me a white plate, please. Hold on.
Planta blanca.
Planta blanca.
Okay, we have the butter pecan fudge here. Now, I don't know, I either ruined it or it tastes great. We'll see. Oops, I didn't get it out there very well. It is pretty soft. Okay, Jack is in the background here. He's a butter pecan aficionado. What do you think, my son?
Ooh. Oh, these are really good.
Oh, wow. Oh,
This tastes
my
amazing.
goodness, that is good. Okay, it is really, really soft. So I'm going to leave it in the fridge overnight and we'll see what it looks like
It tastes
tomorrow.
amazing, though.
But, oh my goodness, that tastes really good. Okay, it has sat overnight. Aha! There we go, it did work. All right, what was the conclusion, Jack? Was it delicious?
Yes, I think that might be my favorite one so far.
This is your favorite one?
Yeah.
No! I did it! I did it! I did it! Does this mean that Mom is the queen of world domination of fudge recipes?
Sure.
You hesitated, Jack. You hesitated. Thanks a lot.
I highly recommend this, though.
Would you like a piece? Okay, butter pecan fudge. Oh. Okay, that's really, really good. You need to let it sit in the refrigerator overnight. But this has got to be the best darn tootin' fudge I've ever eaten. I think Jack's right. This is really, really good. Guys, please subscribe. Thank you for helping us achieve world domination with our fudge recipes. This Christmas, you can grab our Christmas sale for 2 more days. 2 more days, guys, and then it's over. You can get the link in the description below for 50% off our ebooks and 40% off our print books. livingonadime.com. Merry Christmas, everybody!
Merry Christmas! Oh, oh, oh.
You need your beard
I
and your
haven't
hat.
done that in a while.
Oh!
Spice that I got.
Okay. My goodness, you're not kidding. This is just like a box of
It
chocolates.
is.
Actually, this is better than a box of chocolates.
Well,
I am making bonbons. I'm going to make 7 different flavors. Now, I am doubling the recipe because I'm making 7 flavors. And so, okay. And I'm going to add just a titch more because frankly, I just didn't want to put this back for a half a cup of powdered sugar. So I am going to add just a titch more milk. Then we need butter that is melted. Okay, got my melted butter right there. I said I'm just gonna add more milk. I meant butter. I don't know what I was saying, guys. But my ever so wonderful sons re-greased my KitchenAid mixer. Thank you, wonderful son. You did a good job. I appreciate it. It is now working beautifully. So it doesn't have the really loud screechy noise anymore. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna mix this together, and then we are going to divide it up and add our colorings and our flavorings, okay? Now this calls for egg white, and so what I would do is just add a little bit of extra butter. The egg white just helps it to set up more firm, but you don't need it. Okay, now, because I added the little bit of extra powdered sugar, I'm just gonna put a little bit more butter in. All right, let's see how we did. Now, you can use a regular mixer, or you can also hand stir this if you want. Now, of course, Mom never used gloves, but I do because I got my fancy fingernails on. I don't want them to get all gooey. So now what I'm gonna do is just bring this together and let it come together in a nice ball. Now, if it doesn't start coming together, then I'm just getting the rest of the stuff that's stuck on the bottom first. Now, if it doesn't come together, then I'm just gonna add a little bit more butter, okay? That's why it's called buttercream. Buttercream chocolates is another name. We call them party mints, York peppermint patties, but it's just one base, and then you can flavor it however you want. So I have 7 different flavors that I'm gonna do for you today. All right, that is not enough. So I'm gonna add the rest of my butter. So what I did was 5½ cups of powdered sugar, and then 1/2 cup, 1 stick of butter. That's what I've done so far. Now, the reason why I'm adjusting Mom's original recipe, well, actually, this isn't Mom's recipe, this is my grandma's recipe. Why I'm adjusting Grandma's recipe is because I'm just making more. All right, I'm adding in another tablespoon of butter. Just to get this to come together. I think I can, I think I can. So I had a failed apple cider fudge yesterday that I was making for my friend, and she said, "Oh, Tara, don't worry about it." She said, "It's okay if you can't get it done." I said, so I sent her this meme. I thought it was pretty funny, if I do say so myself. I did remake it and it turned out really good. All right, there we go. Now we're getting to the consistency. Okay, so see how it's still a little bit crumbly? I'm gonna go ahead and divide this into the 7 bowls first, because our liquid flavoring is going to add a little more liquid. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, man, maybe I should have tripled this recipe. It's not gonna make very much if I'm doing 7. Well, that'll make about 6 of each flavor. That's probably enough. We don't have many people here for Christmas this year. Well, I guess we're only down 3, so that's not too bad. Okay. So here we go. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Yep, I didn't do that right. So let's take a little bit out of each bowl here. Make it a little more even. That look a little even? Okay. So now, for the first one, we have peppermint. So I'm adding my flavoring. So, let's see, how do I keep these straight? Ooh. Okay, Tara, this is where the real fun comes in. Okay, so that one is peppermint, this one is cherry. Now, you can add more or less flavoring depending on how flavored your family likes it, okay? Okay, so there's cherry. This one is going to be maple pecan. And this one's going to be lemon. And then this one is going to be coconut. Then this one is going to be orange. And then this one is just going to be plain vanilla. Okay, so this first one is my peppermint. And to get it all mixed together. And then see how it starts coming together? That's exactly what you want. Oh, that is like perfection. Absolute perfection. Okay, then you want to kind of knead so that all the powdered sugar is all mixed in with the liquid really well, and you got no lumps. You don't have any lumps at all. Okay, now, I mean, this couldn't be more perfect. This is exactly the consistency you want right there. So right now what I'm doing is I am just getting it, what do you call it? All the powdered, I could feel just a titch of lumps here and there of powdered sugar. So it's not even really that big of a deal probably. But I'm just getting those little ones out. Okay, now you go through and do this with all of them. Then you just make them into a ball, just like so, and put them on your tray, okay? Okay, now I'm gonna go through and do this with all of my flavors. And I'm gonna wash my hand in between. I'm going to wash my hands in between. Now, the reason why you wash your hands in between is so that you don't get the flavors all intermixed, okay? All right, now this one's vanilla. Okay, now this one, I'll just show you what to do. Now, see how this is just too moist right there? So all I'm gonna do, because that is too moist, I'm just gonna add a little bit of powdered sugar and just mix it in until it's the right consistency. Now, for the maple, I'm going to add some chopped walnuts. Ooh, those are way too big. So, got my handy dandy chopper here. And I'm gonna mix it up first to make sure I have the right consistency, and then I'll add my nuts. Also, if you have a problem getting all of the little powdered sugar lumps out, you can just mix it with a spoon. Now, this only happens when you are doing the different flavors. Don't worry about it if you are doing the mixer and just one flavor, it will all mix in. I put in coconut flavoring, but I'm gonna also add in a little bit of coconut just because I like coconut. And since the coconut is drying, it might need just a little bit more butter to make it not so dry. Actually, it may not. It's looking pretty good. And then for the orange, I'm adding red and yellow food coloring. Now we're gonna put these in the freezer for half an hour. And then we are going to dip them. Okay, so just so you guys can see how I kept track of the flavorings, I lined them all up in the order that I used them on the tray. So hopefully I can keep them this way and they all won't roll over on the tray. All right, I have some wafers here. Now these are from a package of the, what do you call it, hot chocolate bombs that I didn't use. So I'm gonna use these up. And then these melting wafers also, you can use almond bark if you want. I've got a pan here with some water that I'm bringing to a boil, a metal bowl, and I'm just gonna put them in here and let my chocolate melt. Okay, to make my chocolate a little bit thinner, I'm adding some coconut oil. You can do shortening if you want. I'm gonna let it melt so my chocolate will get thinner. Okay, I've got my parchment paper here. And I'm gonna cut it up into thirds. I've got to make 7. This recipe is in our Dining on a Dime cookbook, volume 1 on page 332. You can see I use it all the time. Now that one is for the party mints. So you just adjust the extract for what you want. Okay, so we're gonna start with vanilla first. And did I let them go too long? I think I let them go too long. Okay, just go like that. Oops, don't fling it all over like me. Okay, and then I'm gonna stick them on my parchment, maybe. Shoot, I let these sit too long in the freezer, so I'm gonna have to let them sit out and soften just a little bit, and then I'll come back and dip them. All right, so I got to thinking, I don't know if the flavor will transfer from the candies to the chocolate. I bet it would. I've never done it this way with multiple flavors before. I've only done it individual flavors. So that is a very good question, but you know what? I am Tara, and I am not gonna waste time and energy melting different chocolates. I am just gonna go for it. All right, so I have all my individual pieces of parchment here, and I'm just gonna line all my candies up. And then I take my bottle of extract and I set it on the parchment paper so I know which one is which. Okay, I'll be right back as soon as I get them all dipped. And then we're gonna come back and decorate them. Okay, now for my mint balls here, I'm going to take some peppermint sprinkles, sprinkle those on top. So I will know they are the mint ones. Now for the coconut ones here, I'm gonna add just a little bit of mint or of chocolate on top because I wasn't thinking, oh my goodness, for the ones that have an added flavoring, I can just put in some coconut. So mine have already set up, but if yours haven't already set up, for the coconut, take a little bit of coconut, put it there on top, and then you'll know these are the coconut ones. Now, I'm going to melt some of my white wafers, and I'm going to color them for the rest of my colors here. Okay, now I'm going to add just a little bit of coconut oil just to make it thinner. You can also use shortening. Still not thin enough. All right, that looks good. So now what I'm going to do is for my vanilla one here, I'm going to take my white and just drizzle it on top. Okay, now that's my vanilla. Let's see, scoop my coconut down. Okay, so I'm going to do lemon first, and I'm going to put my yellow in here and get my yellow, my chocolate all tinted yellow. Yum, that looks really good. Okay, so now we're going to drizzle the yellow. Okay, now I'm going to add my red to make my orange. Okay, we got our orange. It's starting to get cool, so I need to... Okay, let me warm it up just a second. Okay, now we're gonna add a little bit more red and see if we can get it red. I don't know if we can, probably not. Probably have to start a new batch for the red, but we'll see. Get it red enough? A little bit more coconut oil in. Yeah, there we go, perfect. So then I have my cherry right here. All right, we're gonna let these set up and then we're gonna taste test. Okay, be right back. Okay, got them all laid out right here. All right, now we're gonna put them on a plate. These are bonbons.
Sweets from my sweet.
Oh, all right, Mr. Handsome. Let's see what you think. That one is vanilla.
Very good.
Okay, set vanilla to, oh, what? You got 7 of these to try.
Oh, haven't even had dinner yet.
That one's coconut, as if you couldn't tell. Is that one good?
I love coconut.
Okay, here's chocolate orange.
I'm anticipating the chocolate orange.
Let me see the inside after you bite in. I want to see what it looks like. Oh, yum.
Well, I've noticed it though. Christmas candies with orange in them
They're really good.
are amazingly good. Like, wow.
Okay,
They
lemon.
They really, really taste like, well, they're better actually, but they're familiar with those box candies. Lemon?
Russell Stovers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going for, is the Russell Stovers.
Lemon. Oh yeah, that's good. You're going for Russell Stovers? Yep.
I love Russell Stovers.
I'm eating a whole box of them at once right now.
Cherry.
Wow, that's really good.
Let me see the cherry. Yep, looks like a red cherry. Okay.
Man, these taste like candy box candies.
Do they? Okay. Now, okay, go ahead and film me, I guess. Ugh.
Don't eat it if you can't.
It's been a very long day of cooking videos. I'm trying to get them all done before Christmas. And our refrigerator is acting up. Our brand new refrigerator. All right, maple walnut. Oh. My goodness, you're not kidding. This is just like a box of chocolates.
It is.
Mmm. Actually, this is better than a box of chocolates.
Well, they taste better, but they're.
Hold on.
It's a similar vibe
Okay.
to the box of chocolates.
Wait a minute. Okay, this one's cherry. Oh, my goodness, that's delicious.
Now she's gonna eat them all. I thought these weren't supposed
Coconut. Mmm. Coconut. I don't care. Oh my goodness. This is so delicious.
She's gonna snarf the whole box of candies all at once.
Oh, but did you have the peppermint? You didn't have the peppermint.
No.
Oh my goodness.
She's gonna snarf them all. It's like Marie on the Thanksgiving episode.
Mmm. Yeah. Oh,
This is peppermint?
man. That is so delicious. That's not even funny.
Mmm.
Mmm. That's delicious.
Really good. Wow. Mm.
That is really good. Yeah.
These are actually, you're right, they are better. Well, that's because they're similar taste, but it's like they're a lot fresher.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Yeah, I don't have the stale taste. Chocolate that I'm melting, my almond bark, my wafers, whatever you want to call them. Now, this is a great recipe to use that little bit of chocolate that you have left over from dipping. All right, this is a fruit and nut bark recipe. Since it is Christmas, I'm gonna have more cherries and pistachios than everything else. And my bowl is not big enough. Oops.
Well, you know that's going to be good when the bowl's not big enough.
Okay, then we got our apricots and our green pumpkin seeds. And then we have our mixed nuts. Oh my goodness. This is going to be delicious. Add a little bit more green. Okay.
I assume you can vary what kind of fruits and nuts.
You can put whatever you want. You could do cranberries if you want. You could leave something out. You could add sunflower seeds. Leave any of the nuts that you want. Oh, doesn't that look festive?
It looks very festive.
That looks festive. Okay. Now I got my chocolate all melted. So we're gonna blop. You know what? We're gonna change. I was gonna do them in blobs, but let's just make it a bark and just break it up. I think that would be better, easier. Okay. Now, got it all kind of even. goodness, doesn't that look delicious?
It's really great.
Okay, so now we're gonna let this all get hardened, and then we're gonna break it apart. You might go in and just tap it in there so that it gets all set up. Oh, yum.
Yum.
Okay, can you go sit?
Quite at it. Thank you. Quick question. Is that enough chocolate to hold all that fruit and nuts together?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay, can you set that outside?
Yes.
And is a fruit and nut bark recipe. Since it is Christmas, I'm gonna have more cherries and pistachios than everything else, and my bowl is not big enough. Oops.
Well, you know that's going to be good when the bowl's not big enough.
Okay, then we got our apricots and our green pumpkin seeds. And then we have our mixed nuts. Oh my goodness. This is going to be delicious. Add a little bit more green. Okay.
I assume you can vary what kind of fruits and nuts.
You can put whatever you want. You could do cranberries if you want. You could leave something out. You could add sunflower seeds. Leave any of the nuts that you want. Oh, doesn't that look festive?
It's very festive.
That looks festive. Oh, this looks so good. Okay, and I don't even like chocolate. Okay, I do like chocolate, just I like white chocolate better, but...
You don't like chocolate.
Well, I mean, I like chocolate. It's just if I had a choice, I would pick white over. Okay, look at that. Oh.
Wow. And all the stray pieces, you just put them in a little bowl as chocolate covered nuts.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna try oh man, which piece do I? Does this one have? Let's see, which one do I try? Okay, I'll try this one.
These have lots of beauty.
This one has. Well, this one doesn't have any cherries though. Here, I'll just take a cherry and add it to there. Okay, here we go. Okay, maybe I do like chocolate. Oh my goodness, I love dried fruit and nuts. That's a 10 out of 10. We are making peppermint nougat candy. Do you guys remember these candies? Oh my goodness. It's probably my favorite purchased Christmas candy, and I didn't know I could make my own. So, got my butter and my white chocolate. And I'm going to start these melting first. All right, got our white chocolate started melting with my butter, and now marshmallows. Okay, dear, show them the aftermath of doing cooking videos for 2 days.
Which part?
All of it.
Actually, we've cleaned it up quite a bit. This is a lot of it. See, we're able to shoot right here, and it looks like there's not all this stuff around here. But this is This is that. We've cleaned up quite a lot.
We got all this.
We've got all this over here.
And then we have all this over here.
Lots and lots of candy
Over
and such.
here. And then the refrigerator is full. The freezer is full. The downstairs refrigerator is full.
But the dishes are almost done. That is kind of, yeah.
So you want to know what it's like behind the scenes the week before you leave for Thanksgiving? That's it.
Yeah. All the clutter you see is just from cooking videos, not from regular dishes or anything.
It's a good thing we had our Thanksgiving early and we've been eating leftovers because there's no way I could have cooked. And what did I tell you, dear? Just
You love me?
10 days ago about cooking videos?
Oh, yeah, she said, remind me never to do it again where I shoot more than 3 on the same day. So yesterday we shot for 9 hours. Well, actually, and some in the evening too. That smells amazing.
Shelf liner, keep your bowl from sliding. Oh, shoot.
I need more.
My bowl's still hot, so I'm gonna save the heat from the bowl. We'll finish it up here. Okay, we're gonna do it just about a few more seconds. Peppermint flavoring, you want peppermint extract. Make sure it's pure peppermint extract. It's not gonna taste the same if you don't. They have the fake stuff and the fake stuff is not as good.
It smells really delish.
I love the peppermint nougat. Absolutely love it. Ooh, look at that. Okay, this is kind of fun. My boys.
I'll be too delicate with those candies.
Huh?
I'll be too delicate with those
I
candies.
won't. My boys have been dying to eat the dots. And I'm like, no! So how many should I leave for them? I'll leave them that many, I guess.
Maybe since the boys are going on a road trip, us men can go stop and get and raid the candy department.
Aha! When mom's away, everybody raids the candy department, huh?
All the jelly candies we couldn't eat because they were going into recipes.
Yeah, you can eat them on the trip.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Maybe we could bring this stuff on the trip.
Oh, yum. Okay, sorry, it needs more. Sorry, boys. Love ya.
Don't worry, Dad'll take care of them.
You children. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start plopping it in there. You guys, plop it all around so you don't have to spread it so far. It's rebelling.
Good workout.
It's something. These gloves still work the best.
For patting out the sticky candy?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it just works so much easier.
And spraying pure vegetable pan coating. So you got that at a garage sale?
Yeah, for $1, a restaurant was going out of business. Trying to tuck the ones that want to not get. And what's the assimilated? Is that what Star Trek or Star Wars or Star somebody or another said?
Star Trek, yes.
Assimilate somebody or another.
Yep.
I don't know who we're assimilating, but we're assimilating somebody. Okay. Oh, that smells so delicious. I can't wait. I love the peppermint nougat. Okay. Now we're going to let this get set up, probably an hour or so, and then we're going to cut it.
Looks like that super thick mozzarella cheese they put on some kinds of pizzas.
Basically is. Okay, our peppermint nougat has been setting up. Oh, man, I can't wait. Remember my new cutting technique. Center first and then in thirds. Oh, look at that. Oh, that is so cool.
That is really cool.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I would use 2 capfuls of peppermint extract instead of 1. But that's still really good. Oh man, I love peppermint candy. Oh, look at that. Oh, yum. Just like Christmas, just like Christmas. So guys, I am making $1 Million Fudge recipe. I have my sugar and my evaporated milk and a tablespoon of butter in here. All right, we're gonna bring this to a boil and we're gonna let it boil 5 minutes as soon as it comes to a boil. Hershey's candies, about 13 ounces. This is 19 ounces and my boys took a few out. But I got these on clearance at Halloween. How do I know these are a better deal than buying the Hershey's bars at the store? Because I have my price book here, guys. It's 40% off right now during our Christmas sale. But I put the store up here. We're gonna bring this to a boil and it's not there yet. You put the store up here and then you put the date and the price. And then as the price goes down or up, you can change the price. But let's say bacon. For me, $2.99 a pound is really good for bacon. So I know if it's more than $2.99 a pound, I won't buy it and I will wait for it to be $2.99 a pound. So in the case of this, I think it was, I can't remember the exact price. I think it was $1.50 for this entire bag. So when I figured out the ounces, it was half the price of buying it in the store. And how I did that was with my price book. So if you guys want to save money on your grocery bill, this is the way to do it right here with our price book. And it's on sale for our Christmas sale. You can get the link in the description below. Of course, this recipe is also in the description below. By the way, peeling the candies is a great job for the kids. Put them to work, guys. Make them earn their Christmas candy. All right, I'm setting my timer for 5 minutes. Also, you want this on a medium heat so it doesn't burn, and watch it so it doesn't boil over. If it starts to get too high, just lift it up. Also, Reese, your 9x13 pans. These are the 9x13 pans that my mom made the fudge in, and then she gave them to me, so it's a memory. Now, what's funny about this recipe is it's in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook, Volume 1, page 326. But this is the recipe that my mom uses to make fudge. But I also found out that her mom used it, my grandma's, my dad's mom used it, my great-grandma's used it, and my mom's grandma used it. 4 grandmas and my mom have all used this recipe. And look, my mom's grandma had the original newspaper clipping there. And they called it, what did they call it? White House fudge. Mrs. Eisenhower. So, interesting. So it says Mrs. Eisenhower contributed the recipe, and the president to the Women's National Press Club, which gotten out the cookbook entitled Who Says We Can't Cook? So apparently that's where that recipe originally came from, and it was President Eisenhower's wife who got this fudge recipe. I thought that's pretty darn tootin' cool. And I can see it's starting to get a little bit brown on my fudge here on the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off my heat because I have an electric stove. If you have a gas stove, don't do this. But because I have an electric stove, I am turning off the heat and letting the residual heat keep it boiling so it doesn't burn. But you can see it's still boiling. All right, we are done. We're gonna move over and put the rest of our ingredients in. Okay, so now we're gonna add our bag of chocolate chips and our Hershey's chocolate and our jar of marshmallow cream. And a splash of vanilla. And we're gonna get this all stirred up, melted. Wow, that looks really good. Okay, start to finish, it looks like this recipe is gonna take 15 minutes total, just so you know. And you can store this in the refrigerator. All your fudges, guys, you can store in the refrigerator. Put them in a sealed zip top baggie. Mom individually wraps the fudge for our Christmas stuff, but I don't mess with doing that. I hate doing that kind of stuff, so I don't do it. But Mom doesn't mind, so you can individually wrap these if you would like. Oh, look at that. Oh, yum. Just like Christmas, just like Christmas. Okay, now, what Mom does is she always does half without nuts and half with nuts, because we have some family members who do not like nuts in our family. And if you want really thick pieces of fudge, you can put it all in one pan. This is for the thinner pieces of fudge. Okay, now we're gonna let this set up. And when it cools, we're gonna cut it. All right, ooh, that looks delicious. All right, I don't know who's gonna get this, but somebody's gonna be fighting over this. All right, I got this cut. Does it smell like Christmas?
It smells like Christmas. It's amazing to have a wife who's always making fudge.
All right, does this taste familiar? Or no?
Was this Nan's fudge?
This is our traditional fudge.
Yeah, it's really, really good. Actually, it is really, really good.
I think it's the Hershey's that does it every time.
Yeah.
I would say this is probably,
It's one of the best.
of all the fudges we've made, this is probably the best, I would say.
I don't know. There's like 3 or 4 that are just so amazing that I think this is one of them for sure.
But I would say if you're gonna only try one, try this one.
Yeah, it's kind of got it's got a nice texture, and it's very classic
Yep.
fudge. Mm.
Yep. All right, everybody asked to see my Christmas decorations. If you can see, oops, I don't know if you can see.
lovely decorator.
Aw, thanks. And then here is my sink. Trying not to get all the dirty dishes that we have in there. There we go. All right, on to the next recipe. Making my 2-ingredient frosting fudge. Okay, we've got our frosting here. Always leave your cans for putting your dirty spoons in. Okay, then we want 11 to 12 ounces of white chocolate chips or white candy melts. I've got these, I'm just using them up. And we're gonna put this in the microwave and melt it. All right, while that's melting, we have some freeze-dried strawberries. We're gonna open it up to let some of the air out, and then we're gonna smash them. Get them all good and smushed. Yes, you can put these in a food processor, but I don't want to clean a food processor for just, a few strawberries. Ooh. This is great because you don't need a mixer, you don't need anything. Just a microwave and a spoon. Okay, now we're gonna stir this until it gets melted. Okay, this is pretty warm, so I'm gonna let just the residual heat finish melting. While that's happening, I've got my parchment paper with my 8 or 9-inch pan there, whichever size you got, doesn't matter. If all your chocolate doesn't get melted, you can go zap it for another 20 seconds, but I think mine's gonna be melted here. There is nice and smooth. Now we're gonna take some of about half of our dried cherries. We're gonna stir it in there. These are just in the dried food section at Walmart. Pour that into my pan here. Now we're gonna do the same thing with chocolate. For the chocolate, I had to microwave it twice. That's okay. Okay. Then I just swirl this all in. Use my spoon because it's easier. All right, so now we're going to let this cool and set up. Oh my goodness, chocolate covered strawberry, yum. All right, strawberry, chocolate covered strawberry fudge. Does that say Valentine's Day or what? Ho, ho, ho. Yum. So remember, half, if you're doing an 8 or 9 inch pan, and then a third. Oh, that looks good. You want a taste test? Does it smell like Valentine's Day?
It does. Yum.
Chocolate covered strawberry?
Mm-hmm.
With real strawberries.
Oh man, that's really good.
Yay!
That's really good.
Chocolate dipped cookies. I have my white chocolate here. I'm going to melt in the microwave. Actually, I changed my mind. I'm going to melt it in this so that it's deeper so I can dip easier. Okay, so we have, ooh, not melted yet, but we'll get it stirred down. Put it in another 30 seconds. Okay, so I'm doing this recipe because my son is dying to eat the cookies and they keep tempting him. And he's like, Mother, I must have the Oreos. And I'm like, son, you may not eat the Oreos. Okay, so got peanut butter, which are really good, dipped, Oreos, and then I found these at Winco. I don't know, some Mexican cookies, I guess. I don't know, are they made in Mexico? Where are they made? Frito-Lay in Plano, Texas. Product of Mexico. So these are some Mexican cookies. But look at this, they've got pink and chocolate. So I thought, ooh, that looks good. Let's give it a try. Oh dear. Oh dear, looks like they're broken. Okay. That's all right. Ooh, some of these might be fun to go ahead and dip anyway. All right. Ooh, we can handle this. There, I don't know. Okay, So here's what they look like. And we got our twist and shout. There. And we have our peanut butter. This is a personal favorite of mine. Right there. Okay, here we go. Now I'm reusing some parchment paper from another candy recipe. All right. Okay, I don't know why, but those look particularly white and black this time. I don't remember them being so black. Very interesting. Okay, so dip, drain, twist, put on your parchment paper. Dip. And then like a parchment paper. Now you can make this 2 ingredients if you want. You could use pink or red melts, but I've got these that I'm going to use. So I'm going to just go in and sprinkle a few on. There we go. Perfect. Okay, a few more of these. Shake off as much as you can, just so you don't have too much that goes puddling on the bottom down there. Okay, those look good. Now, there's also these sprinkles here you could do. Those are very festive and red. There we go. Okay, now we've got the pink and white, which this would probably be better with red. That's okay. That drain. There's one. Now, see how it's kind of broken there? That's gonna be the side that I cover with the chocolate. Basically just doing chocolate covered pretzel recipe, which this recipe is in our Dining on a Dime cookbook, volume 1. I know it's real difficult, guys, but gives you ideas. We'll just do 3. Okay, so now we'll do some of these on the white here so you can see. Ooh, that looks pretty. Okay, now let's do some of the chocolate ones. And my personal favorite, the peanut butter. All right. We're gonna let these harden and then we'll taste test. All right, what is your opinion, Jack?
These look yummy.
Do they look delicious?
Yeah.
Or do they look delicious? I'm making my Valentine almond bark. Now I have some white left over from dipping. So I'm going to add, how much white do I want? Guess I'll go ahead and add this little bit and get it started melting. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna use red, light pink, and white. Okay, I'm gonna let that melt for just a second while I get the rest of my sprinkles. All right, we got our first layer going down. Okay. Next, going to do our pink. All right, pink. Ooh, that's pretty. Now, if you're worried about your chocolate setting up before you get your other colors poured, you can put this in a 170-degree oven for just like a minute while you're melting this, and that'll keep it warm. But this just takes literally 2 minutes, so it shouldn't take you too long. Okay. Okay, there's pink. Now red. Okay, now we're gonna pour our red. Ooh, that's looking pretty. Gotta do all our red number 40 before they outlaw it. Oh, brother. Okay. There we go. Now, I'm going to take and swirl. Now what I'm going to do is shake it, kind of get it to even out. See all those bubbles? Get all the bubbles out. A bit more. Just run over the top to get all the bubbles out. So, oh, nice. Okay. Now for all of our thousands of sprinkles. Then I'm also going to add some of these marshmallows. Love how they add extra weight. You need white to bring out the other colors. Just gently tap it all over here. Okay, now we're gonna let this set up. Oh, and then we're gonna crack it. Okay, I have my bark. Ooh, is that not beautiful? Okay, look at that. Thumbnail. Thumbnail. Ooh, okay. What's the backside look like? Oh, that looks cool. Look at this, Jack. Oops.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Doesn't that look cool?
That looks
Thumbnail. Holy cow, that would be cool just by itself. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Yum. Oops. All right. There we go. Beautiful Valentine's Day almond bark. That looks delicious. All right, I'm making strawberry truffles. I got these really pretty dark pink candy melts at Walmart. Now I think one bag of these is 2 cups, but let's see. Shall we? Hold on. Yes. So 12 ounces is 2 cups. And I was just shy, so I'm gonna add some of those pink ones in with these. Okay, now we're going to melt the chips with our sweetened condensed milk. Now, I'm only using a half a container of sweetened condensed milk, so 7 ounces, not quite right around a half a cup, because white chocolate, now the candy melts actually might set up harder, but white chocolate chips usually don't set up as hard. So we're gonna get this melted. Then while we're melting, I've got freeze-dried strawberries here, and I got a few left here that I'm gonna finish up, but I'm gonna make sure that these are smashed into a really fine powder. So I'm going to take my rolling pin, okay, get it in there, let the air out. These are just strawberries, there's nothing else. Okay, and then just gonna smush the daylights out of it. Why this one isn't sealing. There. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay, it's melted pretty well. Did 45 seconds in my microwave. It's 1200 watts. Just depends on how you want to do it. Okay, now this is a half a package of dried strawberries, and yeah, I think we're gonna want a whole package. I haven't decided if I'm going to do circles or squares or not. I don't know yet. So I'm going to go ahead and pour this in my square container, and then I will decide if I'm going to do circles or squares. Oh man, this smells really good. Okay, now we got that all nice and smooth. We're gonna let it set up, and then we will come back and cut it and dip them. Oh, yum, that looks really good. Okay, hold on, I gotta try. Just, okay, let's see. Hey, that's pretty good. Wow. Okay, we're gonna let this set up. All right, if you want our original truffle recipe, Dining on a Dime Cookbook, Volume 1, page 328. Now, this one is slightly different using whipping cream, but that is okay. It is also very delicious. All right, now, I'm going to take my white chocolate, or almond barks, for those of you who are very particular, and I'm going to melt this in the microwave. Okay, this is not as thick as I was hoping it would be. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to cut it into pieces and roll the balls instead of the squares, I guess, I think. I don't know. Should I do that? Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Okay, we'll try that and see what happens. So now I'm going to, oops, got a little too cold. Yep, okay. I would maybe form it into balls right away instead of letting it set up. But there you go. So I'm gonna form these and then I'm going to dip them. I'm gonna remelt these and roll them instead. Now I'm going to use my dipper that a viewer sent me, but you can use a plastic fork and just take off the center 2 tines and use that to dip too, and that works really well also. Okay, nice. Okay, so now I would leave a few of your strawberries back and just sprinkle a few on top. Ooh, yum. Okay, so I'm going to double dip my truffles. I'm not good at dipping, guys. I'm just not. But hey, it tastes good, right? So does it really matter? Probably not in the big scheme of things. Oops. Okay. Well, I guess I'm double dipping that one. going to do a different top decoration. I'm just going to take my stuff and just go over the top. If you want, I'm going to leave a couple. Well, let me just go over all of them, I guess. Okay, now just save this for your next candies. Okay, I'm gonna let these set up and then we'll have my taste test. I have my truffles here, double dipped. I don't know if my camera was running when I was double dipping them, so this is the only time you're allowed to double dip. It was a joke. It was a joke. All right, there's all the white ones. And here's all the ones with a bit of strawberry on top. Yum. Okay, I'm gonna take a thumbnail and then I'll have my taste test. Okay, there they are. I'm going to cut one open here. Oh,
That looks amazing.
that looks delicious. What do you think, dear?
It does. It looks quite delicious.
Okay, do you want to try a whole one or do you want to try a half a
I don't
one?
mind trying a half one.
Okay, here we go.
It smells good.
Strawberry white chocolate. That's pretty delicious, isn't it?
Tasted the white chocolate first, then the strawberry kicked in afterwards, and then the strawberry got stronger. That's yummy.
Oh, yum. I am trying a 2-color nougat. We'll see if this works. I don't know if it will. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, let's see, I need 3 of these. Or half a bag of white chocolate if you want, whichever one. I just happen to have this on hand. Okay, so I'm doing that, plus my marshmallow. Okay, I'm gonna get this started first with my half a tablespoon of butter. So a pat, that's a pat of butter. Okay, so I'm gonna microwave this for about 45 seconds first to get this softened. Okay, so now what I'm using is these sweet and sour heart candies. They're like $1. Aren't those cute? So I thought that would be perfect for Valentine's Day. Perfect, perfect. But I've never made 2 colors with the nougat. So we're gonna give that a try. So I have that started. I'm gonna do a half a bag marshmallows. And then I've got these hot pink candy melts. I'm gonna give these a try. Those are good. Oh man, I love white chocolate. Okay, now take some of our hearts. blend it in. Okay, so now I'm going to, wasn't gonna do parchment, but I don't trust it. Oops. Okay, so we're just gonna kind of flop that in there. All over. I'm gonna try and get as much of this out so it doesn't burn next time I microwave. Okay, so there we go. Now I'm going to take another tablespoon, or no, another half a tablespoon of butter, and then half of my wafers. Okay, going to start those melting. Okay. So these have started melting. I'm going to add the other half of my bag of marshmallows. Gonna microwave that. Got this melted. It's about 30 seconds each. Each one was about a minute to a minute and a half. Depends. The blocks were a little bit longer than the wafers. Oh, wow. Look at how pretty that is. Oh, man, I love that. Okay, let's get this all mixed. Now I'm going to add some candies. Now I used 2 bags of these candies. They're 4 ounces each. And somebody said the sweet and sour ones are the really good ones. Oops, I need a couple more for you on top. There. Okay, so now I'm going to mix these in. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to take this out. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I'm just going for it because I'm Taran. That's what I do. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is take this out and just kind of go all over. Then what I think I'm going to do is just kind of mush it all together. Just kind of see what happens here. Okay. Now, over. Got a wrapper from another recipe here that I stored in the fridge. I don't know if I like that hot pink or not. I wish there was more white in it. Oh, shoot. Well, we'll see what happens. Okay. Now there. Put some of these in. see what happens. Okay. All right, we'll see how this turns out. Oh, it's kind of pretty. I wish it had more white in it. I wonder. If I added some sprinkles. I think I'll just leave it like this and let's see what happens. Okay, we're gonna let this set up and then we will come cut it. Okay, it is about 26 degrees outside here in Wyoming, so I set this outside for about 10 minutes. And it's set up. Ooh, okay, so use the parchment, guys, because it will stick or grease your pan. Okay. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put the hearts in a row so that I could have got a heart in every candy. Well, okay, live and learn. Do it this way. Make these larger chunks to get some of them with a full heart for my. Wow, these bigger hearts are harder to cut. So the bigger hearts are harder to cut. So I would strategically put them in there. And then it's easier. Okay. So, I don't know, this color's okay. I would probably pick the white because my hearts would have stood out better. So my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined, as my son likes to say. Comment, guys, and let me know. Would you do all white? I think I would do all white. I am making Valentine nougat. Starting my Valentine candies now. I have 2 half bags of marshmallows. I'm not sure how I got 2 half bags, but I did. But I'm doing this wrong. So first of all, I need to put in my butter. Okay, my butter and my white chocolate chips. And we're gonna go get this started melting. Now, in the meantime, while all that's melting, I am going to start cutting up my Valentine cherry dots. Now, y'all in my other videos told me to use the scissors. So let's see how this works. Ooh, that works great. Good thinking, guys, good thinking. All right. Yep, that's gonna work great. Okay. Ooh. Wow, that's looking great. All right. So now, pour in my marshmallows. Before I finish heating that up, I'm going to get the rest of my dots. You should do this probably before you started heating everything up, but you know me, guys. I just go for it. Here's the fastest way to do it. hold it by the edges. So here's how you do it. Pick it up by the edges and snip. That's how you do it. Okay, now we're gonna add these back to the microwave and start melting. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to add in our cherry dots. All right, guys, please comment and let me know, are you a dots lover? Are you a nougat lover? I love the Brach's nougats. And when I found this recipe, I was so excited. I love Brach's nougat. And I can't find it where I'm at. All right, there we go. My goodness, less than 5 minutes. And we have some wonderful Valentine candy. We're gonna let this set up. Be right back and cut it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like this. There we go. This recipe is in the description below and on our website at livingonadime.com. It is my Valentine nougat. Oh, yum. That looks so good. Okay, here we go. Now, I have found, just so you guys know, after testing, oh my goodness, this is probably my 6th or 7th batch of nougat, maybe 8th batch of nougat I've made, that the Nestle's white chocolate chips seem to be the best and the easiest to work with. So if you need a specific brand, I do find those seem to work the best. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Yum. Look at that. Ugh. Okay. So here we go. Nobody's home to test it. Oh. This stuff is so darn tootin' good. It's not even funny. Mmm. All right, guys, you gotta make the all cherry nougat for Valentine's Day. 10 out of 10. Okay, this next one is Elf popcorn. So I'm going to take my red melts here and warm them up. So I've got a tray here with some parchment. I'm going to put about half or so. Okay, about half my popcorn in here, and I'm going to drizzle popcorn all with the red. Okay, we're gonna like stir it all up to get it coated. Okay, we're gonna let that harden of our white melt. Okay. telling me to do this. Okay, now we're gonna let our white set up. Okay, I have my popcorn here. Okay, my bowl isn't big enough. Wow, that looks so fun. I'm apologizing ahead of time to my kids that Fudge, even though we had fun, never did any of these. I love it. Oh, that popcorn looks so good. All right, for my next elf recipe, we're going to make elf fudge. And I'm lining my pan with parchment paper that I cut in half. Now, this is just 2 ingredients if you want it to be, but I'm gonna add some optional items. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is start softening my white chocolate chips. I'm just using the spatula from my elf bark. Why do more dishes if you don't need to? Then we're gonna add our 1 can of cherry frosting. Oh my goodness, yum. And then we're gonna go microwave this again for 30 seconds and then stir. All right, now this is getting all nice and melted. May have to do another 20 seconds or so, but let me see how far I am. There we go. So I just used the cherry frosting, and to make it more elf-like, let's see if we can get this redder. I don't know if we can, but we're gonna try. You don't have to, you can keep it. Oh man, that's not making it very red, is it? Red is so hard to get super, super red. Actually, what I would probably do is the melts, instead of the white chocolate, I would use the candy melts, and that would make it redder. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna be a mistake or not. Will this be a mistake? Let me think. Well, let's give it a try. So what I would do is use the red melts next time, but let's just see if we can get this Christmassy red. Out my fudge. By the way, I got this for at a garage sale for $1. There's a restaurant going out of business, and I got all kinds of stuff. I got cooking spray, I got Crisco, I got muffin tin cups. I'll never need muffin cups again. I got, what else did I get? Oh man, I can't remember. I got a whole bunch of stuff. Ah, there, that's better. That is more Christmassy red. Not quite, but it's getting better. Okay, so now pour this in our pan. Oh my goodness, I love this 2-ingredient fudge. It is so delicious. All right. Now, this is just an optional step. You don't have to. These Jet Puff marshmallows are so fun. And then, let's see, what sprinkles should I use? Maybe these ones? And all those have green. So let's also use some glitter dust. Oh shoot, I should have dusted it before I put on the marshmallows. No, it's okay. We'll just add a few more marshmallows on top. Okay, and then we're just gonna pat that down. All right, we're gonna let this set up in the refrigerator. Oh, fun! That turned out so cute. I am so excited. A few more sprinkles over there. Okay, so now if you're doing this and you want the The sprinkle dust, I would do it before you put on your stuff, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna put this in the fridge and let it set up. Christmas fudge is set up. If you want recipes for different variations of fudge, you can base it off our variations on page 315 in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 2. This isn't the 2-ingredient fudge that has the frosting, but you have all the variations here that you can get some more ideas for your fudge. It is that time of year when the little elf starts visiting our family. I found these candy wafers for $1 after Christmas last year. They were $1 at Hobby Lobby on clearance. Melted my white chocolate. All right. So I'm going to pour my white chocolate . All right, while I'm spreading out my white chocolate, I'm gonna melt my red chocolate, or my red wafers. Oh man, I love white chocolate. To pour our red chocolate, or wafers, I should say. Now we're going to mix it. All right, now we have oh no, my elf hat. Oh, no. We've had this little guy for 25 years. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now we have these little elf hats here. I'm going to sprinkle a few of these. This recipe is based off of my peppermint bark recipe on page 318. If you want all the different variations, you can see right there in our Dining on a Dime Cookbook Volume 2. All of our cookbooks are on sale right now. The link is in the description below. Okay, and then here we have little presents. So I'm going to pick out all the red and white ones. Save the green ones for Grinch. Then I have just some little, I don't know, what do you call those? Just miscellaneous like snowflakes and all that. So we're going to sprinkle that all around. Okay. And then we have some of these marshmallows. You know, the cocoa marshmallows. Ugh, fun. Okay, so we loved having the elf visit our house. He would come the day after Thanksgiving night. He would start coming. Now we couldn't afford a real elf on the shelf, so I found this cute little Santa hat. Oops, excuse me. So this little Santa hat, which I think Alfred found at a thrift store when he started using it, and every night he would leave his little hat next to whatever mischief he would create, and named Alfred. And the kids loved writing notes to Alfred, and every night Alfred would leave a little note for the kids. Okay, so now I've got these red M&Ms. or excuse me, chocolate delights is what they're called. And so he would come, and even one night he accidentally took a picture of himself playing with Dad's camera. And the kids couldn't believe that Alfred actually got a picture of himself. So he would leave little treats, honey buns, ding dongs, those kinds of things that the kids never got to eat, never got to have, except for special occasions. Okay, now we're gonna take our elf bark and we're gonna let it harden. All right, and my elf bark. Look at that. Wow, isn't that cool? Okay, we are dipping some marshmallows for our elf. Got the red candy melts. Okay, we have our candy melts melted. Our sprinkles in our thing there. Gonna take a candy cane and we're gonna dip it halfway into the candy melts, just like so. We're gonna dip it in our candies, or in our sprinkles, and we're gonna let it dry. Maybe. Holy moly, are they gonna stand up? Oh no, are they not gonna stand up? Oops. Okay, they're not gonna stand up. Okay, that's a big old mess. Oh, good grief. Okay, let's try it like this. There. Yeah, I bet they're all gonna run off. We'll see. Okay. Dipping the marshmallows. Dipping the sprinkles. All around. Okay. Of course, you know you gotta have one for each kid. So if you only have 2 kids, just do 2. I have 6 kids now. They're getting married and all of that. Okay, this one I ran out of sprinkles. We're gonna let those harden and then we're gonna come back and show you what they look like. All right, here is my little elf candy canes. Just peel off. Those actually turned out super cute. All right, we are making our elf poop right now. So, had my red candy melts. Going to add the rest of my red candy melts and melt those down. Okay, now we're gonna add our peanuts. Now I use salted peanuts because I like the sweet and salty taste, but you can use unsalted if you want. You could also use raisins. That would be pretty funny. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take tiny little piles. Okay, now we're gonna let our little elf poop piles set up. Oops. Okay, now we have some red elf poop here. Okay, so the poem you can read with your elf poop is, the elves were so sick they couldn't make toys, and Santa had to fill all those stockings. He gathered the only thing the elves could make. Here are your elfin droppings. The other one you could do is, I hear you've been naughty, so listen, here's the scoop. I'm running short on coal this year, so you get elf poop. Love, Santa. That's pretty funny. I love it. Then if you want, you could take these little cupcake liners, and here I like the ho 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 one. That is pretty cute. Okay, I have some parchment paper that broke here. Now, this is going to be a fun one. I have bugles, and I'm going to dip the bugles and make little elf hats. All right, here is my little elf hats. Now, half of these I'm saving for my Grinch Chex Mix. Okay, for our elf mix, we're gonna pour in some rice Chex, melt some white chocolate, drizzle over our Chex Mix, or I mean our rice Chex. Pour in some more rice Chex. Add in some white M&Ms, some red M&Ms, some mini marshmallows, and some of these little hat sprinkles. And let's see what else. And we'll use some of those sprinkles. Okay, we'll get this all mixed in. Now, what I'm going to do is, here's my elf hat paper. I'm going to put this on my elf hat paper and spread it out. Let it cool. And so now I'm going to do drops of red covered peanuts. And then we're going to let this get hardened, and then we're going to add our little elf hats. So let this get hardened, and then we'll finish it. Okay, we're going to break all this up. Then we're going to add all our little elf hats. Oh, how fun. If you want to package up your elf mix, you could just get clear cellophane bags or Ziploc baggies, whatever you want.